Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you as we'll dive into this 10 race card today. 10 race card at Keeneland Racecourse on this Friday, and looking forward to the featured race, which is race number 9. But what a day. A lot to reflect on yesterday. Quite a payoff in race number 7, record-setting payoff as far as a dime superfecta. Record payoff of $72,863. And if you thought that number is impressive, how about the ticket that hit it? It was an $18 ticket that took down the entire pool, $72,000 in that dime superfecta.
Whoever hit that ticket, and if you have social media, and if you happen to be watching the show today, I want to have a conversation with that individual. Just what the strategy was. Because you never know. Maybe the individual liked the 6 and legitimately, bet that ticket. Sometimes you just have numbers. Sometimes you have kids' birthdays or mother's birthdays or whatever it might be. But yeah, that's a crazy, crazy story. And congratulations, $18 ticket.
The pick
just
4,
one time, Scott.
Yeah, just one time. I mean, honestly, pick 4 payout of over $53,000. The pick 5, late pick 5, over $107,000. There is a pick 6 carryover coming into the afternoon of over $29,000. So yesterday, chaos reigned supreme in the latter stages of that race, of the race card here.
On Today at Keeneland, I said the late pick 4 was close to impossible. And it was not impossible, but it was close to impossible.
Darn near. Let's take a look back to yesterday, and we'll start in race number 6, which began that late pick 4 sequence. 5-star General kept on going on the front end. Keeneland graduate Grant Forster, Corey Lannery, second win on the day for Corey Lannery, and well done to this team. Grant pointed towards this horse coming in from Emerald Downs when I spoke to him earlier in the card, and this horse ended up delivering. Fancy Martini, this is how you had that $72,000 dime superfecta, 54-1. James Graham springing another upset here at Keeneland.
He always does it. If you're looking for a long shot winning rider, it's going to be James Graham. I feel like he has at least one during the meet, and you can see that superfecta payoff, $72,000. Here's Trademark, and BDN Racing just continues the momentum with a really, really strong meet, Scott.
Yeah, he was 23-1. That rolling double from race 7 to race number 8, $2,639 for $1. And then in the 9th and final, we had a dead heat. You know you're going good when you pick up 2 wins in one race, and that's what Todd Pletcher did as Pure Pauline and Grand Entrance hit the wire together. They get their pictures taken together. They're closely related, too. I don't know if you read that story.
Yeah.
Come from the same female line.
They're both bred by Stone Street, and they come from the same female line. And as you can see, Todd Pletcher adding to the tally here with 9 victories, 2 of them in one race. Tyler Gaffalione, Luis Saez, a tie at the top of the jockey standings with 9. Have you ever seen that before? 2 horses entering one winner circle for a win picture?
Uh-huh.
When was the last time, you think?
They did it actually when they honored my father last summer at Arlington Park.
Oh, they did?
It wasn't a dead heat, but Larry Ravelli finished 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And he brought them all in because my father did the same thing at a stakes race at Sportsman's Park in Chicago some years ago. I want to say it was the Jockey Club Stakes, or I should know this. So they brought all 3 of them into the winner's circle.
That's insane.
Yeah. So my dad did that. Larry Ravelli did it last summer. But those weren't dead heat situations, but they brought those in as well. I'd be curious to know if Todd's ever dead heated with himself before in the past.
Yeah. Or, I mean, even if, Stone Street has ever dead heated with the horses that they bred. There's so many angles. I do remember in terms of a dead heat with a big race when I was at Saratoga, the dead heat in the Travers a few years back with Golden Ticket and Alpha.
Yeah.
And I can't recall. I think they went in separately, obviously separate connections, but that was the one biggest dead heat that I can remember. But yeah, what you said, Todd Pletcher, I mean, you can't stop him right now.
You know the biggest winner of when there's a dead heat in racing?
What?
The track photographer. Sell more prints.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. A couple more winners there. A couple more prints to be sold.
Nice.
All right, let's take a look at the weather. WKYT has it for you for this Friday.
Another great day out at the track. It's a lot warmer than we've experienced here so far with a couple of days this week. What we're going to end up with will be dry conditions. That's the same thing that we've had around here, but we're warming up some as we'll reach into the mid and upper 60s for your daytime highs out at the track. You can see getting up to near 70 degrees there for a little while, but it's breezy. That's the one thing that kind of throws things off just a little bit. We could see wind gusts go 25, 30 miles per hour out there for you a little later today. Good luck out there, my friends.
It is going to be warm compared to the last couple of days, and it looks like we're going to get this kind of weather through the weekend, and it might even carry into next week. Final 4 days of racing next week, Wednesday through Saturday, before we transition into Breeders' Cup mode here at Keeneland Racecourse, which we are already in that stage. There were some big workers today. Malathat Nest worked in company today, which was an interesting move to the leading distaff contenders for the Breeders' Cup.
Who'd you work in company with?
They worked together.
Oh, they
Nest
worked
and
together.
Malathat.
Okay,
they worked in company, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know
And then
that.
Life is Good was out there working. So
I did hear that.
T-Pletch had the big guns out today. He's just flexing on Keeneland right now. That's, I mean, right? I mean,
I know.
It's good to be
For the Breeders' Cup, for
the
this meet,
Todd
whatever, yes.
All right, here's our full card selections. Make sure you have the Keeneland Race Day app on your smartphone or your tablet.
Oh, I didn't do my one. You had one job, Gabby, one job, and I didn't do it. Okay, we agree in the first two races.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Kind of similar picks in the fourth and the fifth, but not really.
Social media at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, Facebook at Keeneland, on Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel TV. Make sure you give them a follow as we've moved from the TVG era to the FanDuel TV era. That is their handle on Twitter. And make sure you've downloaded the FanDuel Plus app to stay current with all things Breeders' Cup and be able to catch today at Keeneland on FanDuel Racing, formerly TVG2, FanDuel Plus, formerly Watch TVG. And you can download that on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. So those are the particulars. Today's featured event is race number 8 on this card. I believe I said earlier it was race number 9, but these are two good allowance races coming into the later portion of this card. Scratch the 14 and 15. Gladys, the number 3, is a scratch as well. So the morning line favorite, Scottish Star, the number 6, who has been installed at 5-2. That is a runner for none other than Todd Pletcher.
It's kind of cool because both the horses in here that will likely take money, Scottish Star, the 6 and the 5, Bella Gamba, both bred in Argentina, both started their careers off in Argentina, and both find themselves in this featured event at Keeneland.
Here we are. It all comes together right here in the home of horse racing in the United States and arguably the world. Sunny 1 is where I'm going to go, though, in this race. This is the number 8 runner, James Graham, Connor Murphy, a daughter of Dialed In, who has won here in the past. She's 1 for 1 at Keeneland Racecourse, and she recently was a winner at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll take you back to that race. Deshaun Parker guided her to victory, and she drew off and won by 5 in the end. She was the favorite, and rightfully so. She was in good form coming into that and off of a bit of a break from the springtime to the summer, and she gets it done. Now, her follow-up race is part of the reason why I think that she's going to be awful tough here today, and you can see how good she's moving over the turf course there at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She was only beaten 2 lengths behind 2 really nice fillies, Dalika and Princess Grace, who matched up again in that Grade 3 after going 1-2 in the Grade 1 Beverly D over at Churchill Downs. So to be beaten 2 lengths by a Grade 1 winner, I think will go a long way here today. Give me her on top, the number 8. The 5-horse Bella Gamba is my second selection, coming off of a 2-month layoff and also coming out of tougher company. She drops into allowance company off of a run of stakes tries, 5 consecutive stakes tries, including a run up at Woodbine in her most recent start at the end of August. And then the number 2 horse, Arm Candy, who's a 2-time winner here at Keeneland, the daughter of Twirling Candy for Bradley Thoroughbreds and trainer Steve Asmussen. So 8, 5, and 2 in this third-level allowance race today at Keeneland.
You threw out the favorite, and Todd. All right, I go to the favorite here. Roles have reversed for this afternoon. The 6 Scottish Star is where I land. Look, this filly mare, I should say, she had a lot of talent. She has a lot of talent, but had it on the dirt. We saw her, go ahead and be graded stakes placed on the dirt and the Grade 3 at Santa Anita last October. They gave her some time went to Todd Pletcher's barn, tried the turf, and we'll take you back to that most recent event. This was at Saratoga. They found a nice little 2 other than allowance race to get her back on track and try the surface for the first time, and she did it very impressively. Now, it wasn't the fastest pace. It was a good listed turf course. It was a small field, 6 horses, but she really did this so easily, and just to see her get over top of this turf surface, it looked like she handled the transition. She likes it moving forward. I just think this mare has a lot of potential to even move forward on this turf surface. On top of that, I didn't think that there was a lot of speed in here. The 13 Phantom Vision does draw in off the AE, and I do think that she might be able to show some speed, but that's ultimately why I went to the 6 Scottish Star, because I don't think there's a lot of speed, and she can either go to the lead or she can sit a tracking trip, but she has some natural ability and natural speed. The 5 Belagamba, for all the reasons you mentioned, I'm going to be using her, but she might be up against it in terms of that pace standpoint that I previously mentioned, because she is a closer. And then also the 10, Princess Fausia, for trainer Mike Maker, gets this horse for the first time. It's Mike Maker, first time. Mike Maker, we know how he can develop these turf horses, and she doesn't really even have to improve that much in order to hit the board, and that's why I wanted to use her on the bottom of the ticket.
So 6-5-10 for Gabby, 8-5-2 for me in race number 8. We'll move along to our key races and go to that 9th race and tell you that there are a couple scratches in here. Ice Orchid a scratch, Tap Dancing Lady a scratch, and the latest scratch, this came in just about, 20 minutes ago or so. Frippet, the number 1 horse withdrawn from this race. So Falconet is the morning line favorite, 2-1. Todd Pletcher again. Todd Pletcher for China Horse Club and Windstar Farm, a Windstar farm bred filly by Uncle Mo. Keeneland graduate from the September sale a couple of years back in 2020. She's 5 for 5 in the money, and this is a filly that comes off of a couple of stakes tries, one at Prairie Meadows and one over at Churchill, where she was in the money in both of those. We'll take you back to her maiden-breaking win here last April of this year at Keeneland. Just a straightforward filly. She establishes a good early position, and then she uses that stamina at these longer distances to put together these kinds of performances. And she's hanging on that left lead a little bit here, but she's getting it done. So you got Tyler Gaffleone, who has ridden this filly in 4 of her 5 lifetime starts. He's going to give the opportunity again here today. But I think Falconet, one of the more likely winners of the day, in my honest opinion, here at Keeneland Racecourse late in the afternoon. So 9 over 3 and 4, the 3-horse Cocktail Moment. You got to respect her. She was part of that stakes race that Falconet was runner-up in at Churchill Downs. She's grade 1 placed here in the Ashland for Dixiana Farm. So good luck to the Shively family with Cocktail Moments, the daughter of Uncle Mo, and then the number 4-horse Scratch Cat. She got bounced around at the start in that Churchill race in her most recent start, so she could be primed to bounce back here today. She's going to be far back, though. That's what I think she's going to have a bit of a disadvantage with the fillies, such as Falconet, to try to reel her in. But 9, 3, and 4 in race number 9 for me.
That was kind of the case with Falconet and Scratch Cat last time out. They faced each other. Falconet got the better of her in that particular race. I'm going to stay with this race because I wanted to focus on the 4 Scratch Cat. Scott, I think that it's between 2 horses really in this race, Scratch Cat and Falconet. The reason why I went to Scratch Cat, and I've been kind of paying attention to this, I've always thought that at a mile and a 16th here at Keeneland with the short stretch first wire, it benefits speed types. And I feel like we saw that happen in the spring. That's not necessarily been the case. We've seen closers win, I think, I have to go and do the stats, but I think they've been winning as frequently, if not more frequently, closing from off the pace. So the 4 Scratch Cat has the opposite running style as Falconet. We'll take you back to her most recent victory, and this was at Churchill Downs in the beginning of July, and she closed from well off of it. She had a fast pace to run at, and everything really went her way this particular day. Not necessarily the case last time out, and obviously she was overmatched going against the likes of Nest and Secret Oath in the Grade 1 Alabama at Saratoga over the course of the summer. But I feel like Phil Bauer has some really nice fillies right now. The one that he ran in the Spinster, this filly, he's got some live horses, some very talented horses, and obviously Rigney Racing, they have invested in this.
Big
They've
time.
gone to the sale, and I really think it's paying off. They've done a great job in acquiring horses at the sale. So Scratch Cat, I give her the slight preference over Falconet, and then I'll use the 3 cocktail moments underneath.
All right, we are going to take a look at our home field advantage of the day, and we'll remind you of Arm Candy and what she was able to do over the course of her runs here at Keeneland. Mentioned this, she's in race number 8 today, that featured allowance race on the turf course. Arm Candy, the number 2 horse, the daughter of Twirling Candy, a 2-time winner here at Keeneland. She broke her maiden going back to April of 2021 from off the pace. Then it took her a return to Keeneland to pick up that second lifetime victory over good listed ground on this afternoon, in which we're showing you. And Ricardo Santana Jr. is going to have the opportunity to ride her. He's ridden her in the past. She ran in the Valley View last year. If you go to this meet this time last year, where she was running against Graded Stakes Company. So a 2-time winner from 4 tries at Keeneland. Arm Candy is going to get our home field advantage nod here today at Keeneland in race number 8 against Steve Asmussen with this daughter of Twirling Candy. That's the home field advantage. We're going to take a look back now at the sales spotlight for today. And in race number 7, it's the number 5 horse. That is Way Hill Road. $1.6 million is what this colt was purchased for last September here at Keeneland. Bred by Stone Street Stables, Woodford Racing buying in by way of the sale here at Keeneland Racecourse. And what a pedigree he has. This is a blue hen mare for Stone Street. Catch the Moon. She has produced Cocked and Loaded, Pirate's Punch, Gervin, and Midnight Bourbon. Those are her stakes winners. So Way Hill Road following in some very big footsteps. The son of Quality Road today being unveiled for Shug McGahee, and Tyler Gaffleone gets the opportunity.
Was he the sale stopper?
He was. Maybe he was. I thought it was a City of Light. Wasn't it this Roz Poland with the City of Light colt who's out with John Sadler, and I can't remember his name. Pretty sure it was the City of Light, $2.1 million.
Okay.
If memory serves correctly.
Well, he was definitely up there. And as you mentioned, paying that price for this type of pedigree, 4 graded stakes winning siblings, 1 grade 1 winner, multiple grade 1 winner, right, Gervin? Or he won this Haskell.
He was a grade 1 winner.
He was a grade 1 winner. So the family speaks for itself. And obviously, Quality Road, this horse looks like he's been training really forwardly as well for Shug.
Yeah, and Gervin's turned into a sensational stallion.
That's true.
Enough to bring him here to Central Kentucky for the next breeding season in 2023. Clocker report time. We'll stay in the latter half of the card and go to race number 8, that turf featured allowance race, the 6 Scottish Star. Price just continues to fall. It feels the more we talk about this horse for Todd Pletcher, L&J Foxwoods, and La Providencia LLC. Huge win off the vacation. First time on turf. Red Hot Trainer has trained forwardly since returning. So the daughter of Key Deputy, the Argentinian mare, Scottish Star, getting the nod in the clock report in race number 8. And then in the 10th and final, Tiana, the number 10. So mark the 10 in race number 10. Tiana, a first-time starter for Augustin Stable. Another high-priced Keeneland September graduate from 2020, $600,000. A filly by Curlin. Jonathan Thomas, the trainer, sharp local breeze, expensive purchase, 22% first-time turf, 26% first out for Jonathan Thomas, 26% first time at a mile, and looks good and well-placed. So
you're
she's got a lot going for her.
You're going to make fun of me for my stats, but you're not going to, I mean, that is very specific. 26% first time at a mile. That's specific.
Yeah, that's a good stat. I like it. Well done to the Clocker report.
Well done.
You got
I
any
haven't been bringing any
obscure stats?
No, not today. Tomorrow.
Late pick 4. I'm going to go 40 to start things in race number 7 here this afternoon. And this 7th race is that 2-year-old maiden race featuring the half-brother to Midnight Bourbon, Gervin Pirate's Punch, Cocked and Loaded, etc. So he'll be on the ticket, but also going to use some horses with experience and lean on that Loggins race again. I can't get away from it. The 1 and the 4 both come out of that race, so I'll have the 1 in this situation for Steve Asmussen, as well as the 3-horse Victory Formation, another high-price purchase. This son of Taproot being debuted by Brad Cox, and then on the outside, the 11-horse that's Release McCracken for Brett Calhoun coming out of the Loggins race as well. Then 3 deep in races 8, 9, and 10. a $54 investment here this afternoon. I'm due for something good to happen this meet. It has to come.
The tides always turn eventually.
Something has to change or give, because I really and truly feel like I've been as useless as I've ever been in handicapping.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Scott.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Gabby's Turf Pick 3. Great to have the $3 Turf Pick 3 back today. And it starts in race number 5, where you'll single the 1.
The 1, eyes on target. That's my best angle of the day, so we'll dive into that a little bit more later. But singling in the 5th race and coverage in the 8th race, that I have the 5, 6, 10, and 13. I added Phantom Vision in off the AE because I think she could maybe make the lead, go gate to wire in a race like that. And I've always liked her. I have to go back, but she won big, I think, on Florida Derby weekend. Florida Derby weekend a while ago. I don't have the past performances in front of me, but we'll get to that in a bit. 2, 5, 11.
That was in the spring. Florida Derby was in the spring.
No, it was a couple years ago.
Oh, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Race 10, 2, 5, 11. You could maybe even add to that. I did not use Tiana, the 10, the Clock Report first-time starter for the Jonathan Thomas barn, so maybe if you want to add that horse into the final leg. My strongest opinion, though, is in the 5th race with the single eyes on target.
$36 ticket, race 5, race 8, race 10 make up the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 today. Make sure you ask for it specifically. If you're playing on the self-service terminals here at Keeneland, it is its own event. So get involved in that. It's a very popular wager. Well done to the team bringing this to us. I believe it was last year, Jim Goodman coming up with the concept for the Turf Pick 3. Again, very popular when we're able to offer it here at Keeneland Racecourse. Best angles of the day. Let's go to race number 4. This is a 2-year-old race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Lugan Knight is the morning line favorite for BG Stables, a son of Golden Sense, bred by BG here in Kentucky. BG Stables, Michael McCarthy. But I've got the 7 on top, looking to ride this BBN racing train. They've had 3 winners this meet. They had that upset winner yesterday at 21-1. Part of that Kentucky Ghost ran a giant race on the turf just last week. So Carcano is the horse that I'll use on top. Added distance moves this horse forward, I feel, and hopefully he can break a little bit better today. He put together a strong run at Churchill Downs, which we're going to roll back for you. This was race number 6 on the 24th of September. He got played, too. He was 3-1, and look how far back he is as they straighten for home. And he only ends up beating a length and 3/4, just chugging along down the center of the course. Rafael Bejarano back with him. He's a son of Bolt Doro from that first crop, popular first crop of that Grade 1 winning juvenile. So I've got Carcano on top. And he's a half-brother to 3 Technique. You might remember that stakes winner, I believe owned by Bill Parcells, if I'm not mistaken. But Carcano on top of the 1 and the 5. So a $10 exacta play. It'll be a $20 ticket, 7 over 1.5 in race number 4 today at Keeneland.
All right, I'm going to take us to the 5th race. This is my key angle of the day. 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course. Eyes on Target is your 2-1 favorite. But I do really like this horse today, and favorites are your friends when you're trying to play the late pick 4, pick 5, or the turf pick 3 as well, because it is that $3 minimum wager. So you try to find those singles where you can. The 1 Eyes on Target will show you his most recent race at Saratoga. This was 1 mile and a 16th. He found himself somewhat forwardly placed in a very slow race, and unfortunately he lost this race by a head. But Scott, Mike Maker and Michael Dubb claimed this horse for $50,000 last year. They won first off the claim, a starter allowance race. They won an allowance race. And then when the waters got a little deeper, those 2 other than allowance races, he hasn't managed to break through at the 2 other than allowance level. They can be very tough. And then it's a whole new ball game when you talk about 3 other than allowance races. But he's been very close. And when you look at the quality, I'm not saying that this is a bad field by any means. Some of these horses have worked their way up from starter allowance races, though. When you look at the field that he faced last time out, a Saratoga 2 other than allowance race, and you look at the horses and you compare them to what he faces today, I did think it was slightly tougher. So my logic is if he lost by a head against slightly tougher company last time out, he is the class of the field today, and he has the target on his back today. So I love him. The only other horse in here that I think is dangerous, and obviously I didn't account for this when I was handicapping this race days ago, the 13, Light Fury, draws in off the AE.
Yeah, and another, I think, key component of that needs to be mentioned is that was first preference for Luis Saez. So Saez, he gave the first preference to Light Fury, named on Yamato. There's a rider change there. Yamato gets Vince Chaminade. So that's always something. If you see that, and you see that first preference for a horse that's on the outside looking in and they get the opportunity, it has to be viewed as a positive. Absolutely.
So I did do the exacta, dollar exacta, 1 overall, and of course the 13 would be included in there because I do think Eyes on Target is the class of the field. Light Fury is right below him, and then it's just anybody could probably hit the board. So even if you want to do a trifecta, key the 1 over the 13 overall, maybe that's the play.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
Race 10, it's number 10, Tiana for the Augustin stable. First time starter going long, but the numbers for the trainer give me confidence. Jonathan Thomas's numbers are very good with first-time starters and also very good with horses debuting at a mile or longer, which is the case here for Tiana. Augustin stable frequently makes its way to the winner's circle at Keeneland meets. So let's try Tiana, 10-1 on the morning line for the long shot play.
Yeah, part of the clock report as well. So Tiana getting some love here on today. Keeneland. Gabby opens up a 2-length lead. Hopefully I can get back into the game here today. Yeah, that's
man.
It's pretty spot on. What was my final tally? Did I have anything? I didn't have anything. I'm guessing I blanked.
Negative, probably.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
See
what I'm saying? I feel like
I have a quote for you,
baseball
Scott.
player. I know exactly where you're going with this.
For you.
I feel like a baseball player who's in a slump. I've got the yips as a golfer.
A river cuts through a rock not because of its power, but its persistence. Don't lose hope.
I need to shed this sort of negative energy I've got about myself right now.
How are we going to do that?
I don't know. It's been honestly, I feel like I'm just trudging uphill.
Today is the day you're going to turn it around. I think we take your best angle, my best angle, do a heads up.
Okay.
What's your best angle?
I've got the BBN horse in race number 4.
Yeah. Fair?
Sounds
Isaac,
good.
yeah? Approve? Yep.
There we go.
Okay.
It's going to turn around today. And that truly is. I feel like when they put this on the sheet of the day that they were thinking of me. A river cuts through a rock not because it's power, but because it's persistent. And that's one thing you have to be in this game, persistent.
You do, because you never know when you're going to hit a $72,000 supervecta.
That is the truth. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy the race card today at Keeneland.
The thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November. There is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Lexi Brady and Bella Wolf to the paddock. Lexi and Bella are senior arts administration and theater double majors with a certification in musical theater at the University of Kentucky. They would like to thank Lex Arts for this amazing opportunity and to remind everyone to support the arts. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Mike Ward with security as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Mike.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race, which is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five gets underway. No changes in that opening event. Turning, please, to race two. Race two is where the early pick four begins, and in that second race, take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. Marsan and C-, they did not draw into the race. Third race, scratch the 4, Resurrection Road, and scratch the 7, La Turista. That's in the third race, scratch 4, Resurrection Road, and scratch 7, La Turista. Fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5, that's where the pick 6 begins, a $29,405 carryover. Fifth race is also where the Keeneland Turf pick 3 begins, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch the 14, Mogaccia, the 15, Barberini, and the 16, Mark It Off. Again, that's in race 5, scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch 14, Mogaccia, 15, Barberini, 16, Mark It Off. Please note number 13, Light Fury, draws into the race. 13, Light Fury, draws into the race. Also in race 5, jockey change on the 12, Yamato, Vince Chaminade. That's race 5, number 12, Yamato, the jockey, Vince Chaminade. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch number 8, Fracking Nasty. Sixth race, scratch number 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch the 8, Fracking Nasty. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. No changes in race 7. Eighth race, scratch number 3, Gladys, scratch number 14, Jungle Juice, and the 15, La Vida. That's in the 8th race, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch 14, Jungle Juice, and 15, La Vida. Please note, number 13 draws into the race, Phantom Vision, the jockey, Gerardo Corrales. 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. The jockey will be Gerardo Corrales. Ninth race, scratch number 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Scratch the 7, Ice Orchid. That's the 9th race. Scratch the 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. And scratch the 7, Ice Orchid. 10th and final event. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, scratch the 1, Classic Coin. And also scratch 13 through 16, the also eligibles. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch the 1, Classic Coin, and also scratch 13 through 16, the also eligibles. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Good afternoon to you, Kurt Becker. Happy Friday for all of you joining us. A big crowd filing in here on this gorgeous fall afternoon. We've had some great weather over the course of this meet. We had a couple of cold days. That's behind us, but going to be warming up over the course of the afternoon, so perfect conditions, fast and firm as we're 20 minutes away from the opener.
We had quite a day yesterday in terms of the payouts, record-breaking, or a records hit, and a $72,000 superfecta yesterday afternoon. Who knows what today can bring?
And make sure you ask all your friends if they were playing at Keeneland yesterday, just to make sure they weren't the one that hit for $72,000 or $50,000 in the pick 4 or $100,000 in the late pick 5. Ask some questions of your friends. Today's featured event, couple of nice allowance races later in the card, but we're going to turn our attention to the allowance race that is race number 8. Third level allowance condition at 1 mile and a 16th, and there are a couple of scratches. The 3 is out, also the 14 and 15. And Phantom Vision gets in at 15-1. But Scottish Star, 5-2 for the white hot Todd Pletcher barn.
He's so white hot, he got 2 wins in one race yesterday in the finale.
That'd be a good riddle, right?
That would be a good
How
riddle.
does somebody win two
races in one race? It would be Todd Pletcher, and he looks to continue the momentum with some live shots today, one of them being the 6 Scottish Star, a mare who was bred in Argentina, and oddly enough, the mare just to her inside, the 5 Bella Gamba, who's maybe the logical alternative in here, also bred in Argentina, and they find themselves competing against each other in the featured 8th.
Also got a horse for course in race 8, Arm Candy, 2-time winner here at Keeneland Racecourse, 15-1 for Bradley Thoroughbreds, Cameron Equine, and trainer Steve Asmussen. So that's a featured event, race number 8. Don't forget, with all of the big payoffs yesterday, we have a Pick 6 carryover coming into today. Race number 5 is where the Pick 6 begins, and there's already $29,405 in the pool. Pick 6 carryover of over $29,000 today. Race number 1 coming up at the top of the hour. Race number 1, taking a look into the paddock for this $62,500 claiming event for 3 and up. A mile and a 16th that will be the distance here this afternoon. A wide open race, a couple of 5-2 shots right now, and 3-1 with the number 4 horse. There's 2x2, who's 7-2. That makes this horse the 4th choice closely in the wagering. 2x2 for Ian Wilkes. Comes here to Keeneland for a second time. Good races up at Canterbury. We've seen horses come from all locations. We had a Canterbury Invader win just the other day for Mac Robertson, a Minnesota bred. This is a Kentucky bred. Luis Saez takes the call. I like the current form of this horse, and I like the price. He fits with this group.
Yeah, you and I both agree on the same horse here. If you push his turf races aside, he is undefeated in his last 3 dirt starts. He won back at Canterbury in July, and then you have to go back to 2020, the last time that he was on the dirt, and he won both of those races as well. I just think he's equally as good, maybe even better, on this particular surface. So I like the surface change and the barn switch coming into Ian Wilkes.
Surface changes in play with the number 4 horse, Keystone Field. Second choice at 3-1. There he is. He'll be carrying the 3 Diamonds Farm Silks with Tyler Gaffleone, Mike Maker, a horse that they tried on the grass against Grade 2 Company. Look at the price that day. He was 68-1 behind Red Knight and Gouffo, 2 top-class runners at that distance, at that level. So class drops, get back to dirt. If he can get back to those races we saw from him in the summertime, in the spring at Churchill, he certainly is a very legit contender.
He's an honest horse too, Scott, especially at a level like this. He's very good on the turf. He's very good on the dirt. I just think this is a logical spot to put this horse in. He's a 3 other than allowance horse. Those races can come up very, very tough, whether it be on the turf or the dirt, but they find themselves in this spot. And I just think he's competitively placed for shrewd connections.
The 5, 3-1 for Blackout Racing. That is Segoy. Segoy sent out by Michael Tomlinson. That last race has the look of one where maybe he just needed to get that under his belt, because it had been some time since his previous run at Turfway in February. So from February to September, he comes back, runs a solid 3rd. He's live on the board. He's properly spotted here today. Another one you have to respect in this opener.
Yeah, I don't really like the fact that it was a small field last time out, but I do think that you can give him the benefit of the doubt, because when you have a 4-horse field and you have, a particular running style, sometimes it doesn't always work out for you. I think he'll be better suited to this group today, and hopefully he can get a nice stalking trip and go on from there. But yeah, a classy horse. That's what you get in a field like this, Scott.
Yeah, and class is what Zoomer has the 3, the current 5-2 favorite, son of Curland, owned right now by Gary Barber. They claimed this horse out at Saratoga back in the summer months off of a victory. They jumped into a very deep race. There's no question. They filled that field, it looks like, in the Grade 1 Whitney Stakes. Comes out of there, runs in a second-level allowance condition behind Meister, who we saw yesterday run here at Keeneland. So he class drops, and he's looking for his 12th lifetime victory in start number 40 of his career.
When he's in for the tag, whether it be 50,000 or 40,000, he's always extremely competitive, especially most recently in for that $50,000 tag. He won by 7 at Saratoga. I understand why he's the favorite, Scott. He's 2-1, and coming back to this group, he'll be pretty tough.
Race 1, 15 minutes to post, begins the first pick 5 opportunity of the day.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up with a $62,500 claiming prize mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. There are no changes in the opener. Double pick 3 and early pick 5 wagering. Main track fast, turf firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Post time at 8 minutes.
Coming up on the first race of the afternoon, we are 7 minutes out as we take a closer look at some of these individuals on the track. The number 3 Zoomer is one of them for trainer Mark Cassey. He comes out of a very tough 2 other than allowance race last time out where he was the beaten favorite after obviously disappointing run in the Grade 1 Whitney when he was 22-1. But this horse still, after those 2 defeats, looks very bright, looks very happy on the track today. I think he's a horse that's coming into the race with good condition. So even though he is the favorite at 5-2, I do like what I'm seeing from him, and I think definitely one that you will want to use in the early pick 5, pick 3s, whatever you might be playing in the opener. The number 1 Fan Club is definitely a longer price than he is. This one, 10-1, coming out of the Dale Romans barn with Joe Talamo aboard. He comes out of a race that produced a next out winner, but in general, I think this horse looked pretty good on the track. He has an inside post position and goes 2 turns today, which I think will help his cause because he's a horse that doesn't possess a lot of early speed. But again, another one that if you're looking for a big price in here, maybe use at 10-1. We are 6 minutes out from today's opener as the 3 Zoomer is your 5-2 favorite.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5.
What else is new?
First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Segoy from the outside. Here's Zoomer from between horses and Keystone Field between that pair. Fan Club back toward the rail. Segoy has the lead heading down into the first turn. Zoomer right there behind the leader in second toward the inside. Keystone Field moves up from the outside from third to second, just a length off the lead midway on the first turn. 2 by 2, a lane off the rail in fourth. Fan Club is in fifth position around the first turn, and Pikachu last of the six, but Segoy is the leader. Opening quarter is up in 24.52 seconds. Segoy leading the field off the first turn and onto the backstretch, 3/4 of a length. Keystone Field is second, a length and a half. 2 by 2 is next, just outside of Zoomer. That pair contesting third, a length and a half off the front duo. Then a gap of 3.5 to 4 more lengths back to Pikachu outside of Fan Club. They bring up the back as they hit the midpoint of the backstretch. Segoy leading. Segoy leads at a half length. Keystone Field second by a length and a half. That first half mile went in 49.18 seconds. 2 by 2, third by a head just outside of Zoomer. Pikachu behind that pair will be wide to the far turn, nearly 5 from the front, and Fan Club at the back. Here's Keystone Field on the outside coming after Segoy, who leads it ahead. Keystone Field is right alongside now, in fact, puts ahead in front. Keystone Field by a half length midway on the far turn. Segoy is now in second, a length and a half, and then 2 by 2, who's third. There's just over a quarter mile to go. To the top of the short stretch comes Keystone Field, a 5-length lead now. 2 by 2 is second. Segoy is third. Fan Club is fourth. Zoomer is fifth, and Pikachu is last, and Keystone Field is the leader. Keystone Field, Tyler Gaffalione aboard, a 6-length lead into the final furlong. 2 by 2 goes second. Fan Club is up to third on the outside. Segoy drops back into fourth. Zoomer far back in fifth. Keystone Field strides on for the finish. Keystone Field to take the opener at Keeneland. It was 2 by 2 in second. Fan Club third. Segoy fourth.
4-2-1 in the opener, 5-2 on Keystone Field, who had a multiple length advantage as they straightened for home, and getting back on dirt, dropping back into a reasonable level, really paying off for the son of Candy Ride.
This horse came out of 2 very tough races, and then prior to that, he won a 2 other than allowance race. So really coming into the race with a bit of a class relief, and you could see it on full display, drawing away from the rest of the field to get the victory here at nice odds of 5-2. It's going to be 4-2-1-5 across the board for race 1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 4, Keystone Field, was first. Number 2, 2x2, second. Number 1, Fan Club, third. Number 5, Segoy, was fourth. 4-2-1-5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Keystone Field, owned by the Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Keystone Field, a 7-year-old gelded son of Candy Ride out of She's an 11 by In Excess. Winner bred in Kentucky by CRK Stables, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.97 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 4-2-1-5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and start of the early pick 4 as well. Take out the also eligibles, 13 Marsan, 14 C-. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the main track is fast, the turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Looking ahead to the third race, in that third event, scratch the 4, Resurrection Road, and scratch the 7, La Turista. That's in the third race, scratch the 4, Resurrection Road, scratch the 7, La Turista. No changes in the fourth. Looking to race 5, scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch the 14, Mogaccia, the 15, Barberini, and the 16, Mark It Off. That's in race 5, scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch the 14, Mogaccia, 15, Barberini, and 16, Mark It Off. A reminder, number 13, Light Fury, draws into the race. 13, Light Fury draws into the race. Luis Saez will be the jockey as programmed, but there is a jockey change on the 12, Yamato, and that jockey will be Vince Chaminade. 12, Yamato, the jockey, Vince Chaminade.
Race number 2 features 2-year-old fillies. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. Maiden $20,000 claiming level for a purse of $43,000. 50-cent pick 4 begins with this second race. There's the number 2 horse who's 5-1 right now, Simpering Smile. Simpering Smile, a filly by West Coast, that champion 3-year-old son of Flatter. Steve Asmussen debuted this filly for the Ackerley Brothers Farm at Remington Park in Oklahoma City just a few weeks back on the 9th of September. Well beaten that day, but takes a big plunge in class here today. The horse that won that race, for what it's worth, Jackpot Baby, would come out of there to win a stake at Remington Park. So this looks to be a much easier spot for Simpering Smile. Tyler Gaffleone signing on for Asmussen, a positive sign at 5-1.
Yeah, and within that group as well, Scott, there was a horse by the name of Jordan who finished, I believe, 5th in that race. She actually came back to win a nice maiden special weight at Remington on the turf as well. So that race has been productive. This filly didn't really pick up her feet that day, but she had a bad post. And we talked about the accomplishments of some of the runners in that field. And now today she gets that big drop in class. And for what it's worth, it seems like Steve Asmussen, as good of a meet as he's had, he's gone to Tyler often during this meet, and the team has paired up to have a lot of success so far. It kind of seems like that's been his go-to rider.
Yeah, they've been clicking at 27% together over the last couple of months, so it's been a strong team here in Kentucky. All right, let's go over to the 8-horse coming in from Charlestown is Wildcat Girl for Ollie Figgins III, a filly by Wildcat Red, Lemon Drop Kid, first dam, debuted on turf at Monmouth Park. Didn't run all that much on that afternoon, but then went to Charlestown around the bull ring, 2-turn scenario, going 6.5 furlongs, and showed something that day. But an aggressive spotting here, dropping in for $20,000. And this game's about economics. We know that. That maiden special weight was worth $33,000. Showing up here at Keeneland and running for $20,000, they're running for a bigger purse, $43,000. So you've got to respect this move from a good barn, good conditioner, and trust the judgment coming in from West Virginia.
I'll just be curious to see where she is sitting the early portion of the race, Scott. She really didn't show anything first time out at Monmouth, but obviously went on to improve at Charlestown. Some horses love Charlestown. Sometimes they hate it, and sometimes they don't always transfer that form to more conventional racetracks.
Miss the Law is the 7-horse for Double O Thoroughbreds. This is a filly by Constitution, making her first start here today for your husband Norm Cassie, who's had a couple of winners this meet so far, and she's 5-1, part of the second, third choice aspect of this field.
And she's by Constitution, but she's out of a very nice first dam who actually is a stakes winner, and she's a 9-time winner in her own right, and she's produced 3 horses to go on and race, and all 3 of them have won multiple times, one of them even being 4 for 9 on form. So it really has been a productive family.
Let's go over to the 3, Lady Envoy. Dwayne Lucas owns and trains, co-owns along with Ron Erickson, who bred this filly in the state of Oklahoma. She's getting another crack for the maiden 20 level here today, and we'll see if she can take a step forward for the coach.
Big improvement from her first start to her second start. I think that's encouraging in that she had that race experience under the belt, but also improved on a fast main track, and these are the conditions that she gets today. I'll use her in third.
Favorite is 7-2. That's the 8, Wildcat Girl, coming in from Charlestown, West Virginia, to compete here in Lexington, Kentucky. 14 minutes before the start of the early pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Race 2 is up next.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's ninth race, a late scratch in race 9 this afternoon. Scratch number 9, Falconet. Ninth race, scratch number 9, Falconet. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden claiming race, 2-year-old fillies, a $20,000 claiming prize, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Main track is fast, turf firm, rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 7 minutes for race 2. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick four. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Simpering Smile from the inside. Here's Wildcat Girl moving up, along with That's How She Rolls. Bestseller is right there as well. Controlled Fire moves up from fourth as they head up the back stretch. Here comes Bestseller to the outside, Wildcat Girl to the inside, moving on either side of That's How She Rolls. Those three now emerge to battle for the lead, separated by a half length. And then Controlled Fire backs off a bit into the fourth position, 2 lengths from the front. Simpering Smile, fifth down toward the inside. Then a gap of 2, Lady Envoy, who is in sixth position as they head for the far turn. Extra Sauce Well Done moves up in seventh. And then Jeff's Joy is eighth on the outside of that one. Sure Enough is in ninth. Ms. the Law is 10th. Basilica Doro 11th. Moriarty 12th. 23.05 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Bestseller the leader. Bestseller leads it against the rail around the far turn. Leads it by nearly 3 lengths. Wildcat Girl is second by 2. Simpering Smile is third, but still 6 lengths from the front as they move to the top of the stretch past the quarter pole. Extra Sauce Well Done is still far back along with Lady Envoy. Bestseller, the leader by 5. Bestseller by 6, coming to the 8th pole. Wildcat Girl is second, and then Simpering Smile on the outside of that one. Bestseller all alone into the final furlong with an 8-length lead. The battle continues for second. Simpering Smile there to the outside of Wildcat Girl, and then, sure enough, with a late run toward 4th, all well behind Bestseller. A convincing winner for Luis Saez, and Simpering Smile was across the line in second. Wildcat Girl third, sure enough 4th.
The 12 Bestseller, she won the race to the turn, and that was all she had to do. She poured it on from that point forward. Bestseller, very impressive here today for Mike Maker, Peter Blum, and Luis Saez.
Mike Maker having a good day thus far, and this horse just absolutely drawing away from the field. There were 2 different races being run. The race by the 12 and everybody else, multiple length winner. In the end, did not look like a 7-1 shot, but those are the odds you get. 7-1 on the winner, 12, 2, 8 across the board.
In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 12, Bestseller, is owned by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC of Peter Blum, which bred the winner in Kentucky. Back-to-back wins for trainer Mike Maker to start the card. The jockey is Luis Saez aboard Bestseller. Bestseller, a 2-year-old Bodemeister filly out of Platinum by Mineshaft. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 26.24 seconds. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 12-2-8-4, the official results. In the winner's circle at this time, on behalf of Keeneland Association Vice President of Racing Gatewood Bell is presenting a check for $5,798 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Gatewood in the winner's circle are members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Keeneland would like to thank the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund for their continued efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. Race 3 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast, turf is firm today, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In this third race, scratch the 4, Resurrection Road, and scratch the 7, La Turista. Scratch 4, Resurrection Road, and scratch 7, La Turista. No changes in the fourth race. And looking ahead to race 5. In race 5, scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch the 14, Mogacha, the 15, Barberini, and the 16, Mark It Off. That's in race 5. Scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch 14, Mogacha, 15, Barberini, and 16, Mark It Off. A reminder, number 13, Light Fury, draws into the race. Luis Saez will ride as programmed, but there is a jockey change on number 12, Yamato Vince Chaminade, the jockey. Number 12, Yamato Vince Chaminade, the jockey.
Up to race number 3 on this Friday here at Keeneland Racecourse. These are $12,500 claimers, fillies and mares 3 and up. Mile and a 16th is the distance, so a first wire finish here in race number 3. The 8-horse Waters of Miram is currently sitting at odds of 5-1 on the board, and this is a race that I think you've got to be open-minded here. Waters of Miram was claimed for $25,000, drops in for $12,500 for Matt Shire. He's proven himself to be a good claiming trainer, brings this horse down from New York to compete here at Churchill Downs for a big purse of $43,000. So I don't have a problem with the drop given the state of the purse structure here in Kentucky at this stage of the game. And also we know that this filly can run well here at Keeneland. She's 1 for 1. She broke her maiden here back in October of last year.
I always try to beat horses who are dropping after a bad race, whether or not they stay with the same connections or they switch connections, which is this case. But this horse did drop after a bad race. This horse was supposed to run a little bit better last time out against tougher company. She has speed. She fits this field on her best day, Scott. I just took a slight shot against her.
You've got the 11 Mail In for Built Right Stables. Lynn Cash, horse comes back fairly quick. Actually, you could consider this a layoff for this barn. Lynn likes to run these horses a lot, and it's been, close to a month since her run at Thistledown where she won a first level allowance condition. And coming down here, bigger purse, you've got to be aggressive with horses like this. This is the right move to drop her down in class here today.
It is, and she is dropping, but this is I shouldn't say a lateral move. It's a small drop in class. Those allowance races, I would say, are comparable to mid-level claimers here at Keeneland. So the Connection's just getting aggressive with this filly. They claimed her for $12,500 several starts ago. They made money with her, obviously, in winning that allowance race, winning a couple of allowance races, actually, since the claim. And I just like the fact that she is a win machine. She's a 4-time winner this year, 5-time winner overall. She's won sprinting, routing, wet track, fast track. She just likes to win, Scott. And I like to see that type of heart in a race like this.
I would say the same about Sing Song Bird, the 3. Saez gets the opportunity to ride this Golden Sense mare. She's been in the money in the top 3 19 times from 31 starts. More seconds than wins, but still, she shows up, she picks up checks, and that's why you've got to consider her in the top 3, Sing Song Bird, who right now sits at odds of 4-1.
She does pick up tracks, that's for sure. She does sometimes seem a little bit one pace, so I think best case scenario, she gets a fast pace that falls apart in front of her.
Carry On is the 5, Joe Sharp for himself. He owns this Congrats filly, comes in from Horseshoe, Indianapolis to compete here at Keeneland Racecourse. Back relatively quick, ran on the 5th of October, so a 16-day turnaround for this filly here today, dropping in for $12,500.
That actually was a very good race that she won at Churchill Downs back in May when she won by 4 lengths. It was a $16,000 claiming race. Her last 2 races, I think, have come up a little bit on the tougher side, and she just hasn't been able to perform, so trying to find a class relief, an easier group, and she gets it today.
Race number 3, 12.5 claimers, mile 1/16 the distance, 14 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $12,500 claiming price. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Scratch the 4, Resurrection Road, and scratch the 7, La Turista. A reminder that the main track is fast, the turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. 5 minutes to post on race 3.
Taking a closer look at the field on track as we approach race 3. We are 4 minutes out, and here's a look at the number 5, Carry On, for trainer Joe Sharp and Tyler Gaffalione to ride. This horse does take a little bit of a drop in class from the fields that she's been facing in the past 2 starts, but looking at her on track, I just think that she's maintained good condition and good energy. She's alongside the pony right now, but seems to be pretty focused, and I like what I see from her compared to the rest of the fields here this afternoon, so definitely one to consider. As we take a look at one more horse, the number 3, Sing Song Bird, she's 3-1 right now, and she just broke away from the pony under jockey Louis Saez to try to get a good warm-up. You can't miss her. She's a very light gray roan mare, and she has done really well in her career thus far. She's hit the board 19 times out of 31 starts, and she just seems like a trying sort. And I did like what I saw from her on track, and I'm really happy to see Louis Saez kind of breaking away from the pony and getting those wheels turning before she does eventually load into the starting gate. After looking at these horses on track, I will say I did think the horses that are the shorter prices really stood out from the rest, whether it be the 3, the 5, or the 11. All 3 of these horses look pretty legitimate against their competitors here today. We're 2 minutes out, I should say, from race 3. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. Sing Song Bird goes right out for the lead. Carry On is there in the opening strides as well. These two come to the front. Waters of Meram now scoots up toward the outside and pokes ahead in front, heading down into the first turn. Maolin is there up on the extreme outside. Now here's Maolin moving forward to clear the inside traffic, gets to the front, gets over to the rail. Maolin leads it by 2 lengths around the turn. Waters of Meram second by a head. Carry On third toward the inside. Sing Song Bird is in fourth. Stylish Ash fifth. Runaway Mom is sixth up on the outside of Ancient Brown in seventh. Miss Super Saint is in eighth, and Gypsy Wife is last of the 9. The opening quarter went in 24.1 seconds. Up the backstretch, Maolin the leader. Maolin leads it by a length and a half. Waters of Meram second, 3/4 of a length. Carry On is third by the same margin. And then Stylish Ash fourth up on the outside, followed by Sing Song Bird, who's down toward the inside in fifth. It was 49.06 seconds the time for that first half mile. Runaway Mom comes next out in the center of the track. 6 lengths off the lead, though. Ancient Brown, then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Gypsy Wife. Miss Super Saint is the trailer. Maolin is the leader. Maolin is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Here's Waters of Meram inching forward on the outside, starts to draw alongside the leader. Carry On is third by a length. Sing Song Bird is in fourth position around the far turn. Runaway Mom fifth is still nearly 8 lengths from the lead. Quarter mile to go. Waters of Meram on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Maolin fights back toward the inside. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Carry On in third, and 5 more back of that when Runaway Mom outside of Sing Song Bird into the short stretch. Waters of Meram has a narrow lead. Maolin is still there, though, toward the inside and is fighting on gamely. Maolin, Waters of Meram, Carry On is still 4 lengths away in third. Into the final 16th. Maolin regains the lead for Rafael Bejarano. Maolin to win it. Waters of Meram was second. Carry On was across the line in third, close for fourth.
It's been fruitful here to make the lead in these dirt races at Keeneland this afternoon, and Mal Lynn is able to do so, and she had to battle back down on the inside because the 8-horse Rotters of Merrim was able to get in front of her, but Lynn Cash's filly, Mal Lynn, battles back and got bet down to even money.
Yeah, she got bet late as she crosses the finish line as the winner at even money, but she really did try hard down on the inside. At the end of the day, Scott, it was a battle between two horses, the 11 and the 8, and the 11, Mal Lynn, fighting back on the inside to get the victory. It's even money over 9-2, 11-8-5 unofficially for race 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 11, Mal Lynn, was first. Number 8, Waters of Merrim, second. Number 5, Carry On, third. And number 3, Sing Song Bird, was fourth, 11-8-5-3, unofficial. Hold all tickets. Results are unofficial for Keeneland's third race. A claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of number 8, Waters of Merrim, against the unofficial winner, number 11, Mal Lynn, alleging interference in the stretch in the vicinity of the 16th pole. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. The jockey of the 8, Waters of Merrim, the runner-up, lodging a claim of foul against unofficial winner number 11, Mal Lynn, alleging interference in the stretch in the vicinity of the 16th pole. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. On the video boards, the program view to the left, the head-on to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. No change. No change in the result. The result will stand as is for Keeneland's third race, 11-8-5-3. That result stands. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 11, Mao Lin, owned by the Built Right Stables, LLC, of Lynn and Lola Cash, trained by Lynn Cash. Rafael Bejarano is the jockey. 11-8-5-3 the result. Mao Lin, a 4-year-old filly by Gemologist, out of Fanzine by Cozine, bred in Kentucky by Kirsten Rousing. The time, 1 minute 46.63 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 11-8-5-3, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, turf firm today. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Fourth race has no changes. Looking ahead to race 5. In race 5, a reminder, scratch 3, American Hero. Also scratch 14, Mogaccia, 15, Barberini, and 16, Mark It Off. That's race 5, scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch 14, Mogaccia, 15, Barberini, 16, Mark It Off. A reminder, number 13, Light Fury, draws into the race. Luis Saez will ride number 13 as shown in the program, but there is a jockey change on the 12, Yamato. That'll be Vince Chaminade. Number 12, Yamato, the jockey, Vince Chaminade. Looking ahead then to race 6. In race 6, scratch the 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch the 8, Fracking Nasty. That's the 6th race, scratch number 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch number 8, Fracking Nasty.
Got a quality group of young horses here. Race number 4, 2-year-olds going 6.5 furlongs for a maiden special weight purse of an even $100,000. No surprises in the wagering. Lugan Knight is the favorite, 8-5 right now in his second career start. But I'm going to go with a second-time starter on top, Carcano for BBN Racing. Vicky Oliver, a colt by Bolt Doro, who got played on debut. He wasn't quick away from the starting gate, but he finished strong, and hopefully he can come on from that race. 4-1 is a fair price on a colt that showed some ability on debut.
That's right, Scott. He just looked a little bit green, and you can't afford to have that kind of hiccup coming out of the starting gate when you're going 5.5 furlongs in a 12-horse field. But the fact that he overcame that and managed to finish second in that race, and he was bet on debut at 3-1, I think all those are really positive signs that this horse was live first time out. Things didn't go his way, but he's going to be live today.
Lugan Knight is the number 1 horse for Michael McCarthy, BG Stables, and Florent Giroux. There's nothing to knock about this horse's debut. He ran well. He's drawn to the inside here today. Hopefully he can show some life coming away from the starting gate. That's going to be key to him here this afternoon, because if he's not sharp away, we know how tough it is to win from post 1 coming out of the chute here at Keeneland.
I think he's going to be fast, Scott. He showed pretty quick early fractions, first time out going 6 furlongs, and now he has an extra half furlong to deal with. I just thought this horse was really gritty, even in defeat in his first race. The winner of the race, his name was Protege. That was a first-time starter for trainer Ron Marquette, and he got an 82 Beyer speed figure for that win. I just think it was a tough field, and I love the fact that this horse showed gate speed first time out.
Empire's Best is the 4, 6-1 on the tote board. That makes him the 3rd choice in the current wagering, a first-time starter for trainer Brad Cox, Empire Maker colt, Keeneland graduate, and gets Luis Saez, and has had some quick workouts at Ellis and here at Keeneland for this debut.
Yeah, Empire Maker out of an AP Warrior first dam. He definitely has some good workouts, especially some good gate workouts, which I think is important. Just given his pedigree, though, Scott, I wonder if this is going to be a stepping stone to eventually stretching out to 2 turns.
Devil's Red is the number 5 horse for Doug O'Neill, Calumet Farm, homebred colt by More Than Ready. Blinkers come off. He drew post 1 on debut, wasn't sharp. This is always an angle to look for in these young races, or horses that are made up of young horses. When you get a horse off the rail in their second career start, oftentimes they'll move forward. So that's why I'm inclined to include Devil's Red here today as he makes start 2 of his career.
Yeah, he actually was bumped a little bit too, and I think that contributed to the poor performance, especially drawing the rail. You know, you can't really overcome that, especially on the inside. But the fact that he went off at around 2-1 in his first race, Scott, and he's going off at 11-1 with kind of a troubled trip on the inside, first time out, I think this is a live long shot that you need to pay attention to.
Race number 4 here at Keeneland. Again, 6.5 furlongs, 2-year-old maidens, maiden special weight worth $100,000, and 8-5 on Lugan Knight as we're getting set for the Riders Up call down here in the paddock.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Margot, a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. There are no changes in the fourth race. Post time at just 7 minutes.
We come front side to take a look at Lugan Knight, the favorite, the son of Golden Sense, second on debut. What did you see as you saw him come out here for the post-parade and warm-up, Gabby?
Well, first of all, this is a group of very good-looking horses, so I think we're going to see this race be pretty productive moving forward. But Lugan Knight, what I liked about him is his size, especially considering the rail post position. Sometimes if you see horses that draw the rail, that have speed, that are a little bit lighter on their frame or a little bit smaller on their frame, that can be problematic. But this horse has the size and stature to take a little pressure and perhaps continue on at 6.5.
Carcano, the 7. We've talked at length about this Bolt Doro colt. Vicky Oliver, I asked her over in the paddock what happened coming away from the starting gate, and she said there was a horse loading to his outside, and they there was a noise from the back of the starting gate being closed, and this horse, Carcano, heard that noise and thought that they were springing the latches for them to break out of the gate, so he lunged forward, and that's what caused him to miss the kick, to miss the break. So obviously this horse, I think, has more gate speed. He knows what his job is. It was just one of those things that happens, bad timing, that we see from time to time in racing. So we'll see how Carcano does here today in start 2 of his career.
And he was a first-time starter. He had no idea what was going on. That was his first start in the afternoon, and he thought he was doing what he was supposed to do. So don't hold that against him, and he does look really well, really dappled, healthy, shiny coat on track right now for a barn that's doing well. He's 7-2.
And then Chance will go over to the Claiborne Adele Dilschneider homebred colt by Looking at Lucky. Well-bred colt, as you would expect from this operation. He's a half-brother to the stakes winner Sprawl.
The family's been okay early, actually, so I'm surprised that this horse is such a big long shot at 22-1. Tommy Drury can get one to fire first time out, and another one. I would say that he definitely holds a lot of condition. I think I would have liked to see him be maybe a little bit more tighter for today, but he's a very attractive-looking horse, so I think he's one to pay attention to at a big long shot.
Crowd's having a good time here at Keeneland on this Friday. Gorgeous afternoon. 3 minutes to post. Race 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Margot. They are at the post. And they're off. Running for Cash and Sunset Town broke alertly. Recon has early speed as well. These three to the front. Empire's Best away running in fourth. Lugan Knight close up in fifth down toward the inside. Devil's Red backs away from that front five back into sixth. Chance alongside that one in seventh. Eddie M is eighth down toward the inside. Carcano ninth alongside that one. A lane off the rail, 7 lengths off the lead. Time and Beyond is in 10th. Surface to Air is in 11th position. Ninny is last to the 12. 22.84 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Recon, the leader, 3/4 of a length onto the far turn. Running for Cash, second, 3/4 of a length. Sunset Town, third. Lugan Knight is fourth toward the inside, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Chance is fifth up on the outside. Empire's Best is sixth in between horses. Eddie M is in seventh. Now Carcano is in eighth and trying to find a way through traffic, going to have to change lanes to the outside, and Carcano still sixth from the front. Top of the stretch. Running for Cash moves up, takes the lead from Recon. Sunset Town in third. Lugan Knight needs room, and here comes Carcano down the outside. Lugan Knight tries to find room between horses. In the meantime, Carcano has the lead. Here comes Lugan Knight now through the crowd. Lugan Knight chasing after Carcano. Carcano has the lead. Lugan Knight is there to the inside. Lugan Knight, Carcano, this pair, stride for stride past the 16th pole. Lugan Knight getting the lead in deep stretch. Lugan Knight, Florent Giroux to win it. Carcano was across the line for second. Multiple horse photo for third.
Formful race here in race number 4. Lugan Knight and Florent Giroux patient down on the inside, as Kurt Becker mentioned, waiting for that room to develop, and once he got it, he had took advantage of it. On the other side, the 7 Carcano had to come wide, obviously traveling further than the 1, which may have ultimately cost him. 2 nice horses finishing 1-2 here in race number 4.
I fully anticipated the 1 Lugan Knight to set the pace early, and when he didn't find himself in that early position, I was a little bit concerned, but Florent Giroux, just with a very confident ride, he knew the ability of this horse and that he could rate early, avoid traffic, and still go on to win this race at 4-5. And again, it was against a nice horse in the 7. Runner-up performance at 7-2. 1-7 unofficially for race 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 1, Lugan Knight was first. Number 7, Carcano was second. 11, Chance was third. 10, Running for Cash was fourth. 1-7, 11-10 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Margot, number 1, Lugan Knight. owned by BG Stables of George Yeager, trained by Michael McCarthy, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Lugan Knight, a 2-year-old son of Golden Sense, son of Sly Roxy by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by BG Stables. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 19.1 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 1-7-11-10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Margot Trophy presentation to the connections of number 1, Lugan Knight. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, $29,405 in the carryover. Also started the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch the 14, Mogaccia, the 15, Barberini, and the 16, Mark It Off. Again, scratch 3, American Hero. Also scratch 14, Mogaccia, 15, Barberini, and 16, Mark It Off. A reminder, number 13, Light Fury, draws into the race. It will be Luis Saez to ride as programmed, but there is a jockey change on the 12, Yamato, Vince Chaminade. Number 12, Yamato, Vince Chaminade, the jockey. Sixth race, scratch the 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch the 8, Fracking Nasty. Sixth race, scratch the 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch the 8, Fracking Nasty. Seventh race, there are no changes in race 7 at this time. Eighth race, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch the 14, Jungle Juice, and the 15, Leda Vida. That's the 8th race. Scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch 14, Jungle Juice, and 15, Leda Vida. A reminder, number 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. The jockey, Gerardo Corrales. 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Jockey, Gerardo Corrales. 9th race, scratch number 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Also scratch the 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch the 9, Falconet. That's the 9th race. Scratch number 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Scratch the 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch the 9, Falconet. 10th and final race. Scratch number 1, Classic Coin, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 1, Classic Coin. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Main track fast, turf firm, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Keeneland's upcoming 5th race, please note that number 7, Samburu, will not wear cheek pieces. Keeneland's upcoming 5th race, number 7, Samburu. Please note that today, number 7, Samburu, will not wear cheek pieces.
Race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. It is a second-level allowance race, and right now the number 1 horse is the favorite. Eyes on Target. Mike Maker, trainer Mike Maker, looking for his 3rd win in the first half of this card here this Friday at Keeneland Racecourse. But Samburu, the number 7 horse, is the horse that I go with, a colt by Kingman, who makes his U.S. debut. Ran in the Burnbury Cup, that Heritage Handicap at Newmarket most recently. Those can be difficult races because so often in those Heritage Handicaps it comes down to how you're handicapped and how much weight you are carrying, and they always seem to end up being big fields. So he had 18 horses to navigate at Newmarket on the straight. This will be the first time I'm pretty sure that he'll have run on the bend coming out of those 7 furlong races between York and Salisbury and of course at Ascot, and he was just 6 beaten 3 lengths in the Group 3 Jersey Stakes at Royal Ascot 2 starts back. So colt by Kingman out of a Dan Silly mare. I can remember a conversation from a couple of years back with Garrett O'Rourke of Juddmonte Farms asking what type of horses they decide to bring this way. And one of the things that I recall from that conversation is they said that the horses with the Dan Silly bloodline really take to the firm going, fast going that we tend to get here in U.S. racing. So from a Dan Silly first dam, Samburu, I'll take a shot with this colt. And as Kurt Becker mentioned, no cheek pieces for the 3-year-old today.
And I feel like the expectations behind this horse were high from the get-go, especially after he won his first race. Scott, he came back at 80 cents to the dollar. He won that, and then he came back as the heavy favorite, and he won that. He was undefeated in his first 3 starts. That's what made them tackle the Group 3 company and the Group 3 Jersey Stakes. I am curious to see how his form transitions here, not necessarily the turf form or the class or anything like that, but if he does take a liking to a mile and a 16th.
Eyes on Target, the number 1 horse, my second choice. I know how much you like this son of Exaggerator, and there's a lot to like here, Gabby. His recent form has been very good on the turf course. Mike Maker's rolling today. He's got Gaffleone, such a stout team when it comes to racing in general, but especially in turf racing. And we've seen this horse win before here at Keeneland. He won a starter allowance race first off the claim back in April.
They claimed him for $50,000 last year. They won with him back-to-back off of the claim. One of those races was a starter allowance and then a first-level allowance. Now, it gets a little bit trickier and tougher when you start facing 2 other than allowance company, and he's been very close. And I did think that his race overall, the quality of the field that he ran against last time out was tough. I'm not saying that this is an easy field by any means, but there were some heavy hitters in there that I don't know that he's facing those heavy hitters in a race like this. To me, that target is on his back today, whereas last time out, he there were other horses in that field with a target on his back. To me, he's the class, Scott.
He's 8-5 right now. Don't forget the 13 Light Fury does draw into this race, and he's a big price right now, 14-1. And Luis Saez had 2 calls in this race. He had options here, and he gave first preference to Light Fury. So that's, I think, significant information. Vince Chaminade will pick up the mount on the 12 Yamato with Light Fury drawing into this race by way of scratches. So I think you've got to respect this son of Wicked Strong getting the opportunity here today, his 4th run in 2022.
He loves to win. He was a 4-time winner last year, 6-time winner overall, 5-time winner on the turf. So you always like to see that type of heart, that type of class in a race like this. And I do think in terms of class, he's second best to Eyes on Target, and he's double, tripled, whatever the price. I mean, this is crazy. 14-1 versus 8-5. I do anticipate those odds going a little bit lower, but I do think the class is there, and people are just forgetting that he draws into the race. Don't forget, he is live.
Easy Time is the 5-horse for Cherie DeVoe, 2-time winner from 10 starts, making his first start here at Keeneland Racecourse, and last seen up at Woodbine, running second to a next out winner.
You like this horse a little bit more than I do, but sometimes when you see these horses that close going a mile and they stretch out in distance, it can take a little bit of wind out of their sails. I actually think he's probably better going shorter.
And then finally, we'll end the paddock side conversation with the 12, who's 20-1 Yamato. Vince Chaminade picks up the mounts on this Artie Schiller gelding, and he comes off of a string of synthetic surface races down at Gulfstream Park.
But if you look at his races on the turf, his most recent turf event was going 1.5 miles at Gulfstream Park, and he finished second in that event and got a pretty decent speed figure. Other than that, he's been racing at, 1.5 miles on the turf. I'm just really curious to see what this horse can do at this distance on the turf.
Race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Don't forget, this does start the pick 6 here this afternoon with that carryover of over $29,000 yesterday. And also this race begins the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 8, and 10 for the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 on this Friday.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Stone Tower, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, at a distance of about 1 mile and a 16th on the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet today. Scratch number 3, American Hero. Also scratch the 14, Mogacha, the 15, Barberini, and the 16, Mark It Off. A reminder, number 13, Light Fury, draws into the race. As programmed, Luis Saez is the jockey. There is a jockey change on the 12, however. Yamato, the jockey, Vince Chaminade. Number 12, Yamato, Vince Chaminade, the jockey. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6 with that $29,000 carryover. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3 made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Post time in 5 minutes. A reminder, in Keeneland's 5th race, number 7, Samburu, will not wear cheek pieces today.
There's a look at the number 10 horse, 15-1 right now. That is Alex June for Lindsey Schultz, Virginia bred son of Flatter, coming in here off of a stakes try at Delaware, back on turf. This horse has taken the dirt. Turf doesn't really seem to matter. So Jimmy Graham, another thing that you got to consider, considering what he has done in the turf course with those upsets over the last couple of days.
I think Lindsay's done a phenomenal job with this horse lately. She claimed him for $30,000 last year, and now he's multiple stakes placed, including last time out in the Cape Henlopen at Delaware when it rained off the turf. But he just stood out to me. I mean, look at this horse on the track. He has so much confidence. He's well turned out. His coat is shiny. He just looks extremely fit coming into today. This was one of those scenarios, Scott, where I just kind of pushed the past performances aside. Yeah. I looked at the horses on the track, and he was one of the standouts.
Sometimes you just got to do that when we get here to the front side. There he is warming up. We're looking now at the number 7 horse. That is the European Invader, Samburu, son of Kingman, with Flo in the saddle. I mean, you just have to respect this form. There's no question about it. The Jersey Stakes is a key race at Royal Ascot, and for him to end up beating just 3 lengths that day, watch out for him, especially with the addition of Lasix.
He is feeling himself today. Definitely a horse that's on his toes. Good positive energy. You can see him just strutting his stuff on the track. I had my reservations about this horse, obviously stretching out immediately to 1 mile and a 16th, but after seeing him in the flesh, I don't have those reservations anymore.
These are connections that rarely make mistakes when bringing horses here to the United States. You've got to trust Juddmonte with Samburu. And 4-1, still a great price. Let's go to the 13 one more time. Spoke to Eddie Keneally, asked him if there was any hesitation going on with it and drawing into this race given the post position. He said no, because there's just not a lot of opportunities to run on turf right now here in Kentucky. So you've got to take those opportunities when they're given to you. And he knows that the wide draw is not ideal and they're going to have to give up some ground. But Here's another one that looks nice as he warms up under Luis Saez.
He looks like a little dressage horse.
He does.
He's so pretty, and I love his gait and his stride on the track. Right now, he's holding odds at 9-1. Scott, I know my best angle of the day is in this race, but it's going to be a tough one to win just because of the depth and the quality the more I look at this race.
Keeneland Turf Pick 3, that $3 wager starts here, as does the Pick 6. Over $119, now $126,000 in the Pick 6 pool. Take advantage. Here's race 5 coming up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Stone Tower, start of the Pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. Encourage is there from the inside. Easy Time is there. Here comes Light Fury up on the far outside, and Dominican Pioneer is up close, and Dominican Pioneer takes the lead. Dominican Pioneer to the front. Light Fury will go second upon the outside. Easy Time will travel in third. Bullseye Bun is fourth down toward the inside. Red Hornet goes fifth. Alongside of that one, Samburu is sixth. Vivar is in seventh, and Courage is eighth. Eyes on Target is in ninth against the rail, running nearly 10 lengths off the early lead. Alex June is in 10th position. Then Creed in 11th. Yamato is last of the 12 as they head on to the back stretch. And Dominican Pioneer shows the way. Leads it by just over a length. Light Fury second, a length. Easy Time is third by just a half length. Red Hornet is fourth. There's Samburu, who is fifth out in the center of the course and starts moving up to fourth. Now to challenge for third, just over 2 lengths from the front. The opening quarter was 23.03 seconds. It was 48.5 for the first half mile. Dominican Pioneer, the leader by a length as they head to the far turn. Light Fury second by a length, and then Samburu outside. Easy Time back toward the inside, followed by Red Hornet in fifth position, who's 5 lengths from the lead. Vivar is sixth on the outside of that one. Eyes on Target still far back, near the back of the pack in the 10th position as they round the far turn. Here's Light Fury drawing alongside of Dominican Pioneer for the top spot. Easy Time is in third. Samburu is fourth. Red Hornet is in fifth as they turn for home. Light Fury takes the lead by a neck off the far turn. Red Hornet, Samburu to the outside, and Dominican Pioneer fights on down toward the inside. Easy Time needs room in behind horses. Eyes on Target still far back, far outside, and Dominican Pioneer has the lead. Dominican Pioneer chased by Samburu. Easy Time to the inside. Dominican Pioneer, Gerardo Corrales to win it.
Not just turf sprints here at Keeneland Racecourse for trainer Wesley Ward. Dominican Pioneer routing here today. The Keeneland grad, son of Pioneer of the Nile. That's back-to-back wins for this 3-year-old winner at Kentucky Downs, and pulls away from this group at this point in the race where they're all trying to come to him, but he had kicked clear and had opened up by at least a length.
Whether it be the spring or the fall, this is the personal playground for Wesley Ward. He always fires here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this one, if you liked him, you got 11-1. It's very rare that you see these connections hit at double-digit odds, but he gets the job done here with the best type of trip, 11-1, the 6th Dominican Pioneer on top.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 6, Dominican Pioneer, was first. Number 5, Easy Time, was second. Number 10, Alex June, third. Number 4, Bullseye Bun, fourth. 6-5, 10-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Stone Tower, number 6, Dominican Pioneer. Owned by RT Racing Stable of Ramon Talage, trained by Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Dominican Pioneer, a 3-year-old Ridgeling by Pioneer of the Nile, out of Heather Doesn't Bluff by Old Tree S. The winner, Brennan, Kentucky, by SF Bloodstock LLC. Keeneland September sales graduate gets the mile distance of about a mile and a 16th over the firm turf in 1 minute 42.75 seconds, and the results are official. 6-5, 10-4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Stone Tower trophy presentation to the connections of number 6, Dominican Pioneer. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track fast, turf firm, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In the sixth race, scratch the 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch the 8, Fracking Nasty. Sixth race, scratch the 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch the 8, Fracking Nasty. Seventh race has no changes. Eighth race, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch the 14, Jungle Juice, and the 15, Leda Vida. That's the eighth race, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch 14, Jungle Juice, and 15, Leda Vida. A reminder, number 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. The jockey, Gerardo Corrales. 13, Phantom Vision, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Ninth race, scratch the 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Scratch the 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch the 9, Falconet. That's the ninth race, scratch the 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Scratch the 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch 9, Falconet. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Classic Coin. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 1, Classic Coin. Also scratch 13 through 16.
It's late pick 5 time here at Keeneland Racecourse, 50-cent minimum wager, and it begins with a filly and mare sprint. So this is a starter allowance race, starter 50, and the number 3 horse, Dawn Land, is the current favorite, looking for her 3rd win in her last 4 starts, and being protected here today. She's been claimed in each of her last 4 races, and we'll see how she fares minus that most recent race. They were able to hold on to her following that run at Churchill Downs and thus being able to protect her. So a good situation for them. Lucky they didn't lose her, considering how active the claim box has been throughout the country and especially here in Kentucky. But this filly, Gabby, looks to be legit against this group this afternoon.
Yeah, she's fast. She's good. She won a really nice $40,000 claimer last time out to set her up for this event. And I think 3/4 is probably the perfect distance for her. When she was disappointing 2 starts back at Saratoga, I think it was to do with the distance on that particular day. She's got so much speed, and I think she harnesses it better at 3/4 is where she finds herself today. She has that inside draw. Scott, I guess the only other thing that I would say about her that could make her vulnerable in a spot like this is that there are other speed types, including the 2 Arlene's Crown that's just to her inside.
The 11-horse code name Kate, Tyler Gaffalione, and this filly looking for back-to-back wins in her career for Norm Cassie, winner in a non-motor's a 250 claimer at Churchill Downs, so steps up in class.
She had gone against Allowance Company ever since she broke her maiden first time out, Scott, and then last time out, they dropped her in class to the $50,000 level to make her eligible for this starter 50 race. I just think she has class, and that class is going to show up against the starter Allowance Company today.
Let's go to the 9-horse. That's a Fleet Arlene for Aaron Shorter. First off the claim. This horse ran off the screen on debut, won by 9.5 lengths. Willing to claim this filly for $20,000. She obviously doesn't have that eligibility in maiden special weight or maiden company following that victory. So looking around for options, they opt to protect this filly here today, and we'll see how she fares with the step up in class.
I always find it interesting when people claim a maiden claimer in their very first start. As we see her, she is acting up a little bit here in the paddock. She is not happy about something, and I think it's because they're trying to put the overgrowth on her, but she's bucking and kicking and rearing up in the paddock here, so hopefully she can settle down as we leave the paddock. But yeah, I always think it's really interesting when people claim horses in their first start, and she clearly let's hope she settles down, Scott.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this gray filly. She's 9-1 right now on the tote board. Let's go to the rail filly mare. That's Shell Shock for J&J Stables and Nick Vacareza. This is a mare that unlucky last time out, opened the front of the gate, and so often we see horses when they do that, they just for whatever reason don't have the right mental state to put together a top performance after that sort of false start situation. And the races 2 and 3 back between Churchill and Ellis give me hope that she should be able to be competitive here today at 10-1.
Yeah, I'll throw her into the mix here. She was a long-time maiden, and things finally came together for her and her lone start at Keeneland. So sometimes we do see that particular horses are horse for course here at Keeneland. They love the surface, and that might be the case for her, coming back in just her second start at Keeneland and getting a little bit of a class relief from her last 2 performances.
Late pick 5 begins here. Don't forget yesterday that late pick 5 over $100,000 payoff. It always pays to play, especially in these competitive fields that are assembled each and every race day here at Keeneland Racecourse. 13 minutes to post, race 6.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Starter allowance fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 5, Sparkle of Hope, and scratch the 8, Fracking Nasty. Late pick 5 begins here. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured. Main track is fast, turf firm, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. 6 minutes to post for race 6.
There's a look at the favorite warming up now. That is the 3-horse Donlin for Tom Amos and Edgar Morales. Edgar, rode this horse to victory last time at Churchill, as we mentioned. And she's a big, good-looking filly. She, to me, looking at them come out for the post parade, might hold the size advantage over these fillies. So, daughter of Jimmy Creed, she's a 3-time winner from 8 starts. You've got to respect her. Obviously, she is getting that respect, and she sits at odds of 2-1. Making her the favorite. The other fillies that caught my eye coming out, I thought Lagarity, the number 6 horse, daughter of Connect, looked nice. First off the claim for Ethan West. She's on the other side of the pony there, as you can see, but slick filly that just looks well turned out. And she's 22-1 right now on the board. There's a better look at her. She goes the wrong way now with the pony, but 22-1. The form is not as appealing as the looks, but sometimes horses will just simply run to their looks. And with that being said, codename Kate, I like the energy that she showed. As soon as she got onto the track, she was ready to get going. So at 3-1, she looks like she's got a big opportunity ahead of her here today, moving into this starter allowance race. Certainly a contender, and thus being 3-1 on the board. Big pick 5 pulled, nearly $300,000 with 3 minutes to get those wagers in here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Shania. Shania, quick into stride. Codename Kate is right there in the opening strides as well. Here's Dawnland moving up. Arlene's Crown is up close down toward the inside as the field heads up the back stretch. A Fleet Arlene is also up close in between horses, now moving into third. Dawnland, HT Xena, they go 1-2 as they head for the turn. A Fleet Arlene goes third up toward the outside. Then Arlene's Crown is fourth back toward the inside. Codename Kate going to be wide to the far turn at fifth, just over 3 lengths off the lead. Love of My Life is in sixth. Shania broke well, but is now seventh, caught wide around the far turn, followed by Legerity, who moves up in the 8th position. Then Condiment Girl and Shell Shock, who's at the back. The opening quarter went in 23.17 seconds. Dawnland, the leader. HT Xena second. A length separates the top two. Codename Kate is still third. Quarter mile to go. She's up on the outside. Shania tries to rally back up. Center of the racetrack from the 4th position. Love of My Life is fifth down toward the inside. Then a Fleet Arlene. Codename Kate to the lead. Codename Kate has taken the lead past the 8th pole. Dawnland and HT Xena come next. Shania and Love of My Life. It is Codename Kate, a 2-length lead. Shania second. Code Name Kate. Tyler Gaffalione aboard for the victory. Shania was across the line in second, going to be close for third. Love of My Life or HT Xena for that third spot.
Codename Kate, this daughter of Honor Code, bringing it here today. That's back-to-back wins for the Keeneland graduate for Let It Ride Equine. Winner last time out at Churchill, brings it over here to Keeneland and puts away this field late as the race really did turn over with the favorite backing up at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, a pretty quick pace that they set early fractions. Codename Kate found herself in the middle of the pack, but in the end, just a well-timed move at the top of the stretch. And we see the number 12, Shania, closing late, but she'll have to settle for second at 7:01. It's a win for Codename Kate at 2-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland 6th race. Number 11, Codename Kate, was first. Number 12, Shania, was second. Number 4, HT Xena, third. And number 10, Love of My Life, fourth. 11, 12, 4, 10, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, number 11, Codename Kate, owned by Let It Ride Equine Holding 7 LLC of Stephen Connolly, trained by Norm Cassie. 2 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Codename Kate, a 4-year-old filly by Honor Code out of Run Kate Run by Cherokee Run, bred in Kentucky by Del Ridge Farm LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 11.71 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 11, 12, 4, 10, the official results. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Upcoming 7th race has no changes. Looking ahead to the 8th race, a reminder in the 8th event, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch the 14, Jungle Juice, and the 15, La Vida. That's in the 8th race, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch 14, Jungle Juice, and 15, La Vida. A reminder, number 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race, jockey Gerardo Corrales. 9th race, scratch the 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Scratch the 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch the 9, Falconet. That's in the 9th race, scratch the 1, Frippet, scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady, also scratch the 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch the 9, Falconet. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Classic Coin, also scratch 13 through 16. That's in the 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Classic Coin, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Race number 7, our second 2-year-old race of the afternoon at 6.5 furlongs in a maiden special weight event for the 100,000. Way Hill Road, the number 5 horse, looking to give Tyler Gaffleone another win here on this card. And this is a colt bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, who was sold at the Keeneland September sale last year and sold for $1.6 million. Woodford Racing getting in the mix with Stone Street Stables through that sale. And this is a colt by Quality Road who is so well related. He's a half-brother to 4 stakes winners. All of this colt's half-brothers have gone on to be stakes winners. Cocked and Loaded, Pirates Punch, the Grade 1 winner Gervin, and Midnight Bourbon, who showed up every single time they led him over to race. A lot of expectations here, Gabby, on Way Hill Road, and a Shug McGahee first-time starter that's getting bet 2-1. That should tell you something here at Keeneland.
Yeah, definitely a blue hen for Stone Street. What a mare this has been in the production, going on to produce those 4 graded stakes winners and, of course, the Grade 1 winner in Gervin. And here's another one that just looks like an incredibly athletic horse. Now, Shug McGahee, we know they never really focus on winning first time out, but I think that this horse looks extremely racy and well prepared to win first time out. Even at this distance of 6.5 furlongs, Scott, he just has a really strong shoulder, really athletic build. I won't be surprised if this horse wins first time out.
The number 7 horse, Seas of Normandy, gelding by Normandy Invasion, who certainly his stock should be on the rise following what we saw from the Michael McCarthy runner in that previous 2-year-old race, because he was third behind that horse and behind Protege. So comes out of that live race and comes in with some quick workouts over in Louisville.
And he also looks really well prepared. I think that first race really did him well. We see Lugan Knight, the second place finisher in the race, come back to win earlier today. So I do think that that's an upgrade for the 7 Seas of Normandy. And Larry Jones is very familiar with this family. He trained the first dam, Sapphire Seas. She won her first 3 out of 4 races, or 3 out of her first 4 races, on form. And really, if you look at the pedigree in this family, Scott, they've all won early, whether it was their second or third start, or sometimes even in their first start.
Communication Memo, the number 1, 7-2 on the board. Bolt Doro Colt, Keeneland graduate from the November sale, being sent out a second time by Steve Asmussen. Second time that he's drawn post position number 1. And I can't count how many times we've talked about this race that he comes out of, because every time we see a runner surface from the Loggins Maiden Special Weights debut effort at Churchill, it seems as though they're putting together live efforts here at Keeneland. So got to respect that form, got to respect that race more than anything.
He really does look like a sprinter, though. Scott, looking at him in the paddock, he's not very tall in size, but he is stout. He is built like a little bulldog here. Communication Memo, I think, can probably break a little bit better and maybe even handle some pace pressure eventually. At least I hope that's the kind of trip that he gets. But as you mentioned, that productive race that he comes out of, Loggins, of course, finishing second in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity.
The 3 at 9-2 victory formation for Frank Fletcher and Spendthrift Farm. They teamed up to buy this colt earlier this year for $340,000. Now, money doesn't tell you everything, but oftentimes it does with pedigrees and especially in 2-year-old sales that as we see this horse come out of. He's by a stallion that stands for $10,000. So for them to go to that kind of price money or price level to acquire him out of that 2-year-old sale, that's got to be as much the physical as anything when it comes to victory formation, and he's 9-2 live on the board.
Yeah, and I can tell why, because this horse is a beautiful, well put together individual. So I can see why they went that high for a stallion that sells or that stands for $10,000. But also on the bottom side, which I think is kind of an interesting pedigree, obviously Tappert, Dirt. He's by Tappet, Dirt. On the bottom side, though, of the family, Smart and Soft, that's a Smart Strike influence. And this horse is actually a half to a horse who was Grade 1 placed on the turf. So that's why I didn't really know what to do with him. I put him in third, just wondering what surface might he be best on.
We'll find out in 14 minutes. As Way Hill Road, the 5 is 2-1, the $1.6 million yearling from the Keeneland September sale last year. Good 2-year-old action once again here at Keeneland. And do keep in mind, race number 7 begins the late pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sandringham. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 7. Double pick 3, late pick 4 wagering here. Post time coming up in 5 minutes.
There are some slick-looking 2-year-olds here in race number 7, and Communication Memo is absolutely one of them. Good-looking colt by Bolt Doro, got good size to him. Hopefully he can overcome this inside post, but don't be surprised if he takes a big step forward here today. He looks phenomenal out there on the course for the Highly Growth, Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr. 3-1, certainly live on the board. Second choice right now in the wagering. Baseline Beater looked well as well. He is a son of Flatter for Neil Pessin, Brian Hernandez. He's a huge price at 34-1, but ignoring the tote board and just taking a look at him, like the size of him, the look, the fitness that he has for this debut effort. He's also a Keeneland graduate from last year's September sale. $130,000 Mr. Lothenbach purchased him for, and there's a good look at him, 35-1 on the board. And then finally, Barrel House, the number 9 horse, another good-looking runner in here, 18-1. He's a son of City of Lights from the first crop of that multiple Grade 1 winner and Breeders' Cup winner, Ben Colebrook. First-time starters, only 6%, but he's coming in with a series of works here and a series of 5 furlong and 4 furlong works looks like he should be ready to roll as well. So I thought 1, 2, and 9 were the physical standpoints on the standouts from the perspective of the front side here at Keeneland Racecourse. 2 minutes to post. Race number 7, 10 race card, which once again means this race starts the late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sandringham, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Release McCracken comes right out for the lead. Victory formation is there, and communication memo down toward the inside. Victory formation to the front. Communication memo is in second. Release McCracken is third. Santorini is in fourth. Wayhill Road moves up through a crowd of horses from sixth into the fourth position and is joined there by Seas of Normandy. That pair continues to move up now. Wayhill Road had to check back and lost a length or two there. Settles back about mid-pack down toward the inside in the sixth spot, heading on to the far turn. Dingman is a wide seventh. And then Speed Institute is down toward the inside, travels in eighth onto the far turn. Uncle Charlie's Gift is in ninth and is followed by Barrel House in 10th position. Long way back to the two trailers, Baseline Beater and Schoolmaster. 23.03 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Victory formation leading Release McCracken by a length and a half. 2 lengths top of the stretch. Wayhill Road has had to come through a lot of traffic. Now has moved up into third. Still 5 lengths off the lead. Communication memo to the outside of that when Wayhill Road dives back to the inside. Still well behind Victory Formation in the final furlong. And Victory Formation has a 5-length lead. Communication memo and Release McCracken going at it for second. Wayhill Road is fourth behind that pair. Past the 16th pole. Victory Formation. Luis Saez, they're home free. Victory Formation to win it. Release McCracken was home second. Communication memo was across the line in third, and then Wayhill Road in fourth.
Victory Formation, the son of Tappert for Spendthrift Farm, and Frank Fletcher doing his thing out there on debut. Looks like he was worth every dime as they bought him earlier this year at a 2-year-old sale for $340,000. He is lengths clear in the end in this 7th race at Keeneland.
Owned by Spendthrift Farm and Frank Fletcher getting the victory here. Victory Formation. We know how good Brad Cox is with those first-time starting 2-year-olds, and this one you get a very fair price at 7-2. A tough race going in, but in the end, the 3 Victory Formation, much the best.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 3, Victory Formation was first. 11, Release McCracken was second. The 1, Communication Memo third. Number 5, Wayhill Road was fourth. 3:11.15 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sandringham. Number 3, Victory Formation. Owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson. Owned also by Frank Fletcher Racing Operations Incorporated of Frank Fletcher. Trained by Brad Cox. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. Victory Formation, 2-year-old son of Taprit out of Smart and Soft by Smart Strike. Bred in Kentucky by Gainesway Thoroughbreds Limited. The Keeneland November sales graduate. Victory Formation gets 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute 17.94 seconds, and the results for race 7 are official. 3:11.15, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. In the winner's circle, the Sandringham Trophy presentation to the connections of number 3, Victory Formation. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering, starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet today. In the 8th race, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch the 14, Jungle Juice, and the 15, La Vida. 8th race, scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch 14, Jungle Juice, and 15, La Vida. A reminder, number 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Jockey Gerardo Corrales. 13, Phantom Vision draws in Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 9th race, scratch the 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Scratch the 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch the 9, Falconet. That's the 9th race. Scratch the 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Scratch 7, Ice Orchid, and scratch 9, Falconet. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Classic Coin. Also scratch 13 through 16. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 1, Classic Coin. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Race number 8, featured allowance race, third level allowance race for $130,000 purse. And we're taking a peek right now into the paddock at the 8 Sunny 1. Sunny 1 is 5-1. James Graham getting the opportunity to ride this dialed-in filly for Connor Murphy. She comes out of good races. She was beaten by Dalika, Grade 1 Beverly D winner earlier this summer over Churchill Downs, and Princess Grace, who were 1-2 in the Grade 1 Beverly D. So you've got to respect the company that she exits. So this is a bit of an easier spot, obviously, than what she was running against last time. And prior to that, she strung together 3 consecutive good races, including 2 wins, and has one here at Keeneland. So there's a lot of things to lean on here, Gabby, with Sunny 1, the dialed-in filly, who's 5-1.
Yes, Scott, and I do like the fact that she's stretching back out to the mile and a 16th, because she just doesn't seem like a true miler, and that's where she was last time out in that Grade 3. But a big open-length winner against starter allowance optional claiming company at Horseshoe Indy 2 starts back. Even the race back in May at Churchill Downs, Scott, she was beaten 3/4 of a length by Gladys, who really figured in a race like this. So yes, if you're playing, common horses in the running lines, she definitely belongs here, and I think one to consider at 5-1.
Scottish Star, she's had quite the journey through her career. She started off in Argentina. She then went to the West Coast, ran at Del Mar and at Santa Anita, and came out of some tough races there, including that run behind Edgeway and Cece in those 2 starts last year. Only 1 race this year. That was her only turf start to date, and they keep her on grass. So this is a mare that's just a true racehorse. She shows up every time, and doesn't hurt to have Todd Pletcher on your side if you're gambling this meet at Keeneland Racecourse.
Well, unfortunately, though, with that success, you're going to have to deal with a short price. The barn is just firing on all cylinders right now, even dead heating with both Todd runners in the last race yesterday. And this horse obviously is 3-2 right now. But I will say, devil's advocate, and I did pick her on top. She did have a lot go her way last time out. It was a small field. It was a field of 6. It was a slow pace, good listed turf course. She was in a perfect position throughout, and then she went on to win pretty easily in the end, considering, turf racing, you don't win by open lengths usually. But I do think that this is a tougher field, and this will be a true test for her. I don't think that, it was a fast race, but there are fillies in here that have run equally as fast as she has. So 3-2 seems like a little bit much. That said, I picked her.
Bella Gamba is another Argentinian mare. She's been here for some time. She started off her career back in 2020 down in Argentina, and since she's transitioned to some higher level stakes races throughout the Midwest, between races tracks such as Laurel on the East Coast, obviously Mid-Atlantic, Hawthorne up in Chicago, Fairgrounds. But Bella Gamba, a mare that's made over $123,000. She's a Group 1 winner down in Argentina for what that's worth, but that's a long ways back, and certainly a much different type of competition that she's facing here today. But we know what you're going to get with this mare. She's another one that's very consistent.
She is very consistent, but one of the races that I really like in her form in North America was her race at Keeneland against Allowance Company. She didn't really run well in her stateside debut at Colonial Downs, so that made her be almost 20-1 in that allowance race at Keeneland here last fall, and she really outran her odds. She's gone on to prove herself. Now she's a stakes winner in North America. She does need the right type of trip and closing from off the pace. She needs, I think, a very honest pace, but I think it's encouraging to see her form right here at Keeneland last fall.
Speaking of Keeneland form, Arm Candy, the only 2-time winner on this turf course at Keeneland Racecourse. She's run 4 times in the past. Those defeats, she was in tougher company, including the Grade 3 Valley View last October. She hasn't won since the second level allowance race that she won back in October of last year. So coming back to Keeneland, part of the angle here with Steve Asmussen, she is the 2 filly at 16-1.
Definitely a horse for course angle. You like the fact that she has proven herself locally and just knows how to run well. She's another very consistent sort. I think we could say that. We could use that description for many of the horses in this field, Scott, and that's why I think it's a very competitive group. And although the 6 looks really classy and, white-hot connections behind her, I do think that this is a pretty evenly matched field.
Let's go to the 10. That is Princess Fazia, Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone, a mare that moves to his barn for the first time, hasn't raced in a couple of months, and comes in from New York to run in Kentucky here this afternoon.
Yeah, switching Barnes to Mike Maker, we know what he can do when he gets his hands on some of these turf horses. Sometimes they just go on to really develop, and I don't think that this filly, or this mare, I should say, needs to improve much in order to be competitive against this group.
Final pick 3 opportunity of this Friday afternoon begins with race number 8. You've got less than 12 minutes to get those wagers in here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Jackpot Farm, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, about a mile and a 16th over the firm turf rail at 30 feet. Scratch number 3, Gladys. Also scratch the 14, Jungle Juice, and the 15, Leda Vida. A reminder, number 13, Phantom Vision, draws into the race, but the jockey is Gerardo Corrales. Gerardo Corrales rides number 13, Phantom Vision. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in 5 minutes.
Warm-ups have begun for this featured event. There's Belagamba for Ignacio Correas IV, the Grand Reward mare, seeking her 5th career victory as they go the wrong way in this warm-up. She looked nice out there, as do all of these horses. Vince Chaminade has the mount back, I should say, for a 4th consecutive ride, and he is a good turf rider. His stats overall better when he's on the turf course. So there's a good look at the 5-year-old mare, Grand Reward daughter, Belagamba, who is 6-1. Scottish Star is a classy-looking mare for Todd Pletcher. That's the number 6 runner. There she is in the LNJ Foxwood Silks, owned in part by La Providencia, who bred her in Argentina. I mean, it's just rare to see horses, as she's the clocker pick from today, Keeneland, one of. It's rare to see horses that are able to be as productive as she has been in the different scenarios that they have asked of her, whether it's a mile, sprinting in grade 3 events at Santa Anita, finishing 3rd behind an eventual champion in CC, and then trying the grass and transitioning nicely to it up at Saratoga. You've got to respect mares like this, and obviously she's getting plenty of it with Saez in the saddle, 8-5 right now, Scottish Star. And then Pyramid Princess, she's a big price, 59-1. In fact, she's in this field, but not a bad-looking filly by Cairo Prince. She's going to be tested for class here today. Her victories have come at Sam Houston, obviously down in Houston, Texas, 1 on dirt, 1 on turf. So the fact that she's here, she's been working quickly over at Ellis Park. Not a bad-looking filly for Michael Warpool and claim to fame stable with Deshaun Parker in the saddle. 2 minutes before the feature, this is race 8 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Jackpot Farm. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Arm Candy from the inside, and there's Scottish Star in the opening stride. Scottish Star comes right to the front and now starts to get over next to the rail. Pyramid Princess is there, and here comes Candace O, moving up from third into second. Phantom Vision, fourth up on the outside as they enter the first turn. Then further back, Princess Fazia, who's fifth down toward the inside. Belagamba goes sixth. Sunny One is in seventh. Arm Candy broke well, but now settles back into eighth against the rail. Disappearing Act is in ninth. Saranya is 10th onto the backstretch. Pocamucha is 11th. Perseverancia last of the 12. It was 22.88 seconds that time for the opening quarter. Scottish Star, the leader. Scottish Star leads it by a length. Candace O second by a length. Pyramid Princess third a neck. Phantom Vision fourth on the outside, a length and a half. Princess Fazia fifth back toward the inside. Belagamba is sixth right alongside her. Then a break of two more back to Sunny One. Disappearing Act, Arm Candy. As they head for the far turn, Pocamucha on the outside of Saranya and Perseverancia last. 47.86 seconds the time for the first half mile. Scottish Star, the leader. Scottish Star leads the field by a length over to the far turn. Candace O, second by 3/4 of a length. Pyramid Princess is third a half length. Phantom Vision fourth on the outside. Princess Fazia along the rail in fifth position. Belagamba sixth on her outside, 6 lengths off the lead. Just over a quarter mile to go. They turn for home. Scottish Star has the lead, leading it by 3 lengths now. Phantom Vision moves up into second on the outside. Still 3 from the front, though, as they move to the final furlong. And it is still Scottish Star, the leader. Late run from Sunny One, who's diving down toward the inside. Scottish Star, Sunny One coming up the rail, and Princess Fazia from the outside. Scottish Star, Sunny One up the inside. These two to the line, and it is Sunny One who gets there in the final jump for James Graham.
Jimmy Graham on turf here at Keeneland. That's been a key angle, and this time it's Sunny One on the inside, going to outfinish the pace setter and the favorite, who was not giving up. This was a good performance from these top 2 fillies.
It took James Graham a long time to figure out the right path for this filly. She was down behind horses until about the middle of the stretch, and then he finally found some room. He dove down to the rail, and that made all the difference, getting up on the shadow of the wire with the slight upset in race 8.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 8, Sunny One, was first. Number 6, Scottish Star, was second. Number 10, Princess Fazia, third. Number 11, Perseverancia, was fourth. 8, 6, 10, 11 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 8, 6, 10, 11, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Jackpot Farm, the official winner, number 8, Sunny One. Owned by Midnight Rider Racing Stable of Jeff Evans and others, trained by Connor Murphy, James Graham, the jockey. Sunny One, a 4-year-old filly by Dialed In, out of Party Smart by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by George Strawbridge Jr. Distance of about 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 42.46 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Jackpot Farm trophy presentation to the connections of number 8, Sunny One. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is fast. Race 9 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Also scratch the 7 Ice Orchid and scratch the 9 Falconet. Again, scratch the 1 Frippet, scratch the 2 Tap Dancing Lady, scratch the 7 Ice Orchid, and scratch 9 Falconet. Looking ahead to the 10th and final race, scratch the 1 Classic Coin, also scratch 13 through 16. That's in the 10th and final race, scratch number 1 Classic Coin, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Race number 9 starts today's late daily double. Some big scratches in this race that were announced earlier this morning and earlier this afternoon. Frippet is withdrawn, the number 1, the number 2 Tap Dancing Lady, and also you've got Ice Orchid, the 7 out. Falconette, the latest scratch, and probably would have been the favorite in this race, withdrawn. But we'll go on as we always do, and the 3-horse Cocktail Moments is who I ended up with the scratch of Falconette. This is a filly that's grade 1 placed here at Keeneland. She was second behind Nest in the Ashland last spring here at Keeneland Racecourse. And that last race that she came out of and ran in was a nice race. That was a good group of horses that she faced off against, including Falconette. So Cocktail Moments for Dixiana Farms, daughter of Uncle Mo, Keeneland graduate, looking to capitalize on this scenario right now. And she sits as the 9-5 co-favorite.
She is such a classy filly. First time out, she won by open lengths, 9 lengths to be specific, and she came back to face some really heavy hitters, including Nest and the Grade 1 Ashland here at Keeneland. I did have the opportunity to talk to Corey Lannery just a few moments ago and asked him, you know, do these scratches affect her because she ideally closes from off the pace? And he said, yeah, it kind of does, just given her running style and also the fact that she is a very big filly and sometimes she doesn't get out of the gate well. So he kind of made it seem like that's very important, a clean, fast gate break.
Let's go to the 4-horse Scratch Cat. Scratch Cat is a daughter of Arrogate, who put together a good effort last time out in defeat. She was 3rd in that stakes race over at Churchill Downs, got bounced around at the start, but ultimately was able to rally and finish 3rd. She is currently co-favorite, actually second choice, 2-1 right now on the tote board. So she deserves as much of a look as the number 3 horse does in here.
She really has no speed. I think she's definitely impacted by some of these scratches. Florent Giroux is just going to have to make a well-timed move on her. When she won at Churchill Downs back in the beginning of July, she had a fast pace to close into. That's going to be the biggest obstacle that she has to overcome, but I think this filly has a lot of class.
There's the 8-horse Take a Stand for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Will Take Charge filly. She's run a couple of third-place finishes in her 2 starts here at Keeneland, and obviously gets an easier task with the scratches in this race. So she's got to be respected for Vicky Oliver. And as we've talked about, Vicky has really brought over some live runners so far this meet at Keeneland, and you got to expect that it's going to continue.
She's an interesting horse because at 1.25 miles, she found herself a couple lengths off the pace, but at a mile, she found herself only 1 length off the pace, and that was going pretty decent fractions going the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs. I don't know what the strategy is with her, but in this smaller field, I think she does have a little bit of natural speed, which will help.
The 10 is 5-1, and if this price holds up, this will be the biggest price that she's ever been. Hoodoo Land, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, she's been favored in her last 3. She's won her last 2, and high expectations from day one for this filly. She's a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro that brought $1.4 million at the September sale here at Keeneland back in 2020, purchased by Mr. Joseph Allen.
Yeah, she really turned things around in her most recent 2 starts. And I think some people look at the races at Pimlico and Laurel and think, well, maybe she just didn't go against tough company that day. And maybe that's true, Scott, but she absolutely dominated those fields. And I think those, and she can, it's served as a confidence booster. They can step up to tougher company in good order. I just like how she's been maintained in the last couple of races. And she's not slow. So she'll either be on the lead or near the lead in this smaller field that has no speed. That's an advantage.
Getting set for Riders Up, race number 9 today. 10 race card again starts the late daily double here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the Sierra Farm allowance optional claiming race for a price of $125,000. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. 3-year-old fillies here. Starts the last of the rolling doubles for the day. Scratch number 1, Frippet. Scratch the 2, Tap Dancing Lady. Also scratch the 7, Ice Orchid. And scratch the 9, Falconet. Post time, 6 minutes.
Still a very tight race in the wagering, pari-mutually speaking, in the win pools. The 4-horse and the 3, both at 2-1. As we bring you frontside 2 Scratch Cat for Richard Rigney and his Rigney Racing Operation filly by Arrogate, who should be able to deal with this group here today, and thus being one of the favorites in this smaller field.
We were talking about it earlier, Scott, that Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer have really invested a lot of time, money, and energy in going to the sales and trying to pick out some nice horses, and I think they've been handsomely rewarded, especially with some of their fillies. This one, and then obviously the filly that ran in the Grade 1 Spinster as well. They just have a good group of horses this year in particular. Scratch Cat, I think, has a lot of potential, a very bright future. The biggest thing is she's going to have to overcome the lack of overall pace in this race, but she looks incredible on the track today.
6 is a Bernardini filly for Godolphin. There she is warming up, 5-1 on the board. She's won her last 2. Maybe the speed figures are not quite there on some of these favorites, but can't knock a horse who's turned the corner since they've asked her to go a route of ground.
And I like the fact that she breaks away from the pony and gets a really good strong warm-up, because she showed 2 very different styles in her last 2 starts. She went gate to wire when she broke her maiden at Ellis 2 starts back, and then she came from off of the pace last time out. The key to her, I think, is to get out of the gate, and maybe she could put them to sleep on the front end.
Race 9, 4 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, the Sierra Farm. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Cocktail Moments from the inside. Here's Hoodoo Land from the outside. Hoodoo Land moving up to take the lead. Now, Dorothea's up close as well. She's in between that pair as they head down to the first turn. Hoodoo Land has the lead, though. Hoodoo Land clears with the lead, angles down toward the rail around the first turn, and leads it by just 1 length. Dorothea goes second up on the outside by a neck. Cocktail Moments is against the rail in third. And then Take a Stand is in 4th position, 1 lane off the rail around the first turn, heading on to the back stretch. Valentina Day next to last, and Scratch Cat is the trailer. Opening quarter went in 24.02 seconds. Hoodoo Land, the leader up the backstretch. Hoodoo Land leads it by a length. Dorothea, second by just a neck. Cocktail Moments, third down toward the inside by 3/4 of a length. And then Take a Stand is back toward the outside in 4th. Valentina Day, another length and a half back in 5th. 5th by a half length. And then Scratch Cat, first half mile, 48.44 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. Hoodoo Land, the leader. Hoodoo Land leads it by just a length. Cocktail Moments is second, now by a head. Dorothea still there in between horses. Take a Stand swings up 3 wide from 4th. Onto the far turn, 2 lengths off the lead. And in fact, Take a Stand now moves by to take second. Cocktail Moments tries to find some room between horses. Dorothea has dropped out to last, and Hoodoo Land still leads at the quarter pole. Take a Stand moves up on the outside, and Cocktail Moments is in third. Top 3 on even terms to the top of the short stretch. Valentina Day 3 lengths back, along with Scratch Cat toward the outside. They turn for home. Take a Stand comes after Cocktail Moments, and Take a Stand and Cocktail Moments go at it for the lead and for the win, followed by Scratch Cat, who's third. Cocktail Moments has the lead, opens up in deep stretch, 2-3 lengths to the good. Cocktail Moments to win it for Corey Lannery. Scratch Cat was across the line in second. Take a Stand was third. Valentina Day was fourth.
Cocktail Moments, the post-time favorite, battling it out as they turn for home, but ultimately she's going to pull this one off here today. The daughter of Uncle Mo for Dixiana Farms. Congratulations to the Shively family and Kenny McPeak here with this Keeneland September sales grad.
Corey Lannery told me before the race that the break out of the gate was key, and that's exactly what happened. He broke well, had this filly forwardly placed in a somewhat slowly run race, and she just performed for him. A Cocktail Moments getting the victory, this classy filly at 7-5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race: number 3, Cocktail Moments, first. Number 4, Scratch Cat, was second. Number 8, Take a Stand, third. Number 5, Valentina Day, fourth. 3, 4, 8, 5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the Sierra Farm, number 3, Cocktail Moments, owned by Dixiana Farms, LLC, of William Shively, trained by Kenny McPeak, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Cocktail Moments, 3-year-old Uncle Mo filly, out of River Made by Where's the Ring, bred in Kentucky by Mark Stansel. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute, 45.25 seconds. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official. 3-4-8-5, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Sierra Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of number 3, Cocktail Moments. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1 Classic Coin. Also scratch 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 1 Classic Coin and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Race number 10, the final race here today on this Friday at Keeneland Racecourse. Taking a look into the paddock at the number 5 horse, that is Messoria for Graham Motion, a filly, well-bred filly. She's by Invincible Spirit, that top stallion overseas. Lemon Drop Kid first dam. She's got the pedigree to run all day, and she's going to go the furthest that she ever has. So I think more than anything, gravitating towards this filly and this distance, and many are as well, as she's the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. The barn's having a very good meet, Scott. And, I think the form is definitely comparable to the field that she faces today.
The number 2 horse, Arrow Blue, is an Arrowgate filly. She's trained by Bill Mott and sent out for the Juddmonte operation. 0 for 2 in her 2 starts. She's another one that's going to get more distance, that should be more kind to her as far as the pace is concerned.
Well, she also had a pretty brutal trip last time out. She didn't have really any room to run coming down the stretch. Also, that was at Kentucky Downs, and she shortened up in distance at a mile. She certainly looks like a horse that 1 1/8 will be her best distance, maybe even further down the road.
Hedy Lamar, the number 4 horse, 8-1 for Eddie Keneally, and Luis Saez will get the call here today. She should be pretty forward. She seems to be able to, she may be able to outrun the 2 fillies we just mentioned.
She didn't show much speed at the mile distance last time out, but yes, if you look at her 1 1/16 race, that was coming in off of the layoff. She opened up by about 3 lengths that day in a somewhat slow pace, but with this race, I don't think there's too much speed. So, yeah, she could have the advantage from that standpoint, Scott.
And then Tiffany's Mo, the 11 horse for the Albaugh family stable. She may be the pace setter, the most likely pace setter in here. Is that a fair statement with Tiffany's Mo?
Yeah, definitely. Look at those fractions going the mile at Kentucky Downs last time out, 22 for the opening quarter, and she was on the lead. When you look at these other fillies that have been going a little bit longer and not managing to make the lead, sitting a couple lengths off the pace, you compare those fractions, I definitely think she'll be on the lead.
10th and final here at Keeneland Racecourse, 1 1/8 will be the distance, 15 minutes to post.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Spruce Lane Farm. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, a distance of about 1.1 miles on the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet today. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1 Classic Coin. Also scratched the also eligibles 13 through 16. Post time, 7 minutes.
Taking a look at these fillies warming up for race number 10, the nightcap. Quality Star is where we'll begin for Brownwood Farm and Paula Lobo, a daughter of Animal Kingdom, that Kentucky Derby winner. And this is a nice leggy filly here as she gets set to go out to 1 1/8 miles. We know that the distance is not going to be an issue. She's run at these longer distances, 3-1 right now. That's making her vie for favoritism in the wagering. But classy looking filly, as you can see it there in the sun as she's turned into the backstretch for her warm-up, going the wrong way. Love what I see from Quality Star here in the 10th. The number 9 horse, Dream Fly. Wesley Ward looking for another route winner on turf here today. Her recent routes have come at Belterra and Kentucky Downs. Better results as far as finishes, but a stronger number when it comes to that Kentucky Downs race. So we'll see how she handles this. And Corey Lannery looking for another win here late in the card, wearing the Wesley Ward silks as he owns, bred, and trains this American Pharaoh filly. Tiana, the number 10 for Augustin Stable and Jonathan Thomas. 8-1 right now. Part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, and also Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. So keep an eye on the 10-horse Tiana, especially with that Clocker report, a nod from Today at Keeneland this morning. And then the number 12 horse, a first-time starter, Such Sounds, is 22-1. She was a little reluctant when she came to the pony here as she was getting set to warm up. There's the 10 horse, though, as we're looking at Tiana, the Clocker report pick, and Tom Leach's long shot. But the 12 horse, 22-1 for Rigney Racing. We'll see if she's settled in here in her warm up with 3 minutes to post. As I said, she was a little reluctant to go to the pony, but we'll see how she fares, and we'll find her out there in a moment. But once you see her, you'll see if she's settled in here for the nightcap. 3 minutes to post. It's race number 10 at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Spruce Lane Farm. Number 9, Dreamfly, fractious in the gate. Number 8, Broadband, has been backed out. And Dreamfly backs out as well. Your attention, please. Keeneland's 10th race, late scratch. Scratch number 9, Dreamfly. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards are scratching number 9, Dreamfly. Windows remain open. Horses are moving into line once again for race 10. And again, a reminder, the late scratch, number 9, Dreamfly, scratched. They are at the post. And they are off. There's English Treasure and Hedy Lamar down toward the inside. Massoria comes away running in third. Such Sounds moves up with Tiffany's Mo from the center of the course. Hedy Lamar gets over to the rail and has the early lead as they head down for the first turn. Tiffany's Mo, though, moves alongside. And Tiffany's Mo right there to press the issue with Hedy Lamar down toward the rail. Those two up front, side by side, into the first turn as Massoria goes third behind that front pair. Such Sounds a lane off the rail in fourth position as they swing around the turn and head toward the back stretch. And then further back, English Treasure, who's down toward the inside. English Treasure will find some running room against the rail in fifth. Tiana sixth between horses. Broadband a wide seventh off the first turn. Quality Star is eighth against the rail. And then Arrow Blue, who's in the ninth position, and Red Bee last of the 10 as they work their way up the back stretch. Back up front, Hedy Lamar, the leader. Hedy Lamar leads it by 3/4 of a length. Tiffany's Mo goes second by a length. And then Massoria, who's third a length and a half. Such Sounds still outward from the rail in fourth as they head for the far turn. English Treasure fifth back toward the inside. Broadband, then Tiana, who is still sixth from the front. Quality Star has nearly 7 lengths to make up. Arrow Blue next to last, and Red Bee at the back. Onto the far turn, Hedy Lamar still leads. Here's Tiffany's Mo trying to draw alongside the leader. Half length separates the top two. Massoria down toward the inside behind that pair is still there in third. Such Sounds is in fourth. Broadband is in fifth. English Treasure, Quality Star, and Arrow Blue side by side. They're going to move to the center of the course. 7 lengths off the lead, though. Tiffany's Mo moves up. Massoria tries to move forward on the outside of Hedy Lamar. Here's Quality Star, and Quality Star now running right down central. Quality Star comes forward from the lead. Massoria goes second. English Treasure has gone to third. Quality Star slamming the door in deep stretch here for Joe Talamo. Quality Star to win the nightcap. English Treasure is running on behind that one, and English Treasure did get second on the line, followed by Massoria in third.
$7.35 in the nightcap, as it is the number 7 horse in here, Quality Star for Brownwood Farm. Kurt Becker right. Boy, did she ever slam the door on this nightcap here. Dominant victory here to close things out this Friday card.
I love that race call. She did slam the door on the rest of the field. She just dominated against this group. What a turn of foot we saw at the top of the stretch as some of those speed horses started fading down the stretch. It was all Quality Star for the nightcap on this Friday evening.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 7, Quality Star, finished first. Number 3, English Treasure, was second. Number 5, Massoria, third. Number 12, Such Sounds, fourth. And number 2, Arrow Blue, fifth. 7-3-5-12-2, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official, 7-3-5-12-2, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 10, the Spruce Lane Farm, the official winner, number 7, Quality Star, owned by the Brownwood Farm LLC of Stanley Bergman, which bred the winner in Kentucky. Paulo Lobo trains, and Joe Talamo rides the winner. Quality Star, a 3-year-old filly by Animal Kingdom, out of Estadista by a Seance. Time for the distance of about 9 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 49.97 seconds. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 for tomorrow's card. Trophy presentation coming up for race 10. In fact, in the winner's circle, the Spruce Lane Farm Trophy being presented to the connections of number 7, Quality Star. Race 10 concludes today's program. On behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.